Hola, minasan! Welcome back for another round of freelance gaming. Yes, how y'all doing? Are you doing good? I'm doing good, and yes, we are doing gaming tonight. Gonna do chapter 2 of Famicom Detective Club tonight. It's the try stream, the monthly try stream. Yes. Welcome, YouTubers. Welcome, YouTubers for the monthly try stream. It's gonna be a good night. It's also gonna be a short night because it's Labor Day weekend. Happy Labor Day weekend, America! Yay! I hope you'll. Well, I'm assuming by now everybody's already um, doing their vacation, so I'm not expecting a big turnout tonight. I'm not expecting any type of turnout tonight because it's a holiday weekend. Either everyone's on the road or they're already where they're at, where they want to be to relax and chill and get away from everything. So if you're all watching the VOD, I hope you all had a great Labor Day weekend. Yes, I do. I got tonight's this month's YouTube comments, the monthly YouTube comments. We got like how many pages here to work through? Because that was a lot of comments this month. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 comments. There we go. We're gonna do research tonight. Gonna do lore research, anime research. We're gonna cover Magic Knight Ray Earth and Rama 1/2. Yes, we're gonna check those two out. Very important stuff for a good reason. You know, ties into influences. Two works that did have influence on my own works. And then we'll be jumping into chapter 2 of Famicom Detective Club to close out the night. And then we go off to the weekend. So I hope you are all excited. I misspelled Ray Earth. That's right. Actually, I do want to dig out one quick piece of information regarding Magic Knight Ray Earth, because I'm going to discuss about this. I need to make sure I know what I'm talking about. Because it is actually a very important thing. Not so much Magic Knight Ray Earth in and of itself, but the group. You know what I'm saying? The group. I want to make sure that I don't sound dumb. You don't want a dumb creator now, do y'all? Sitting there saying, "Oh yeah, look at what's influenced me," and then nothing came out of it. I'm like, oh yeah, so yes, oh yes. What am I gonna do this weekend? Probably do Magic Pod and just relax. Because unfortunately, I still gotta do a live stream on Labor Day. So I'm not going to get the type of rest I'm looking for. Unfortunately, I gotta keep on working. Work. Yep. Work out there. Oh yeah. So here we go. So just want to make sure that I do have this one important piece of information written out in my notes, so that way I won't look silly. There. Oh man. Oh yeah. Progress report for YouTubers out there. You've all seen the videos. The proof of concept art that I introduced to y'all a couple of months back, that was for Trucker no Bouken, has now been upgraded to an official product independent of Trucker no Bouken. Kimio. I hope y'all enjoyed the videos so far. I still got more to come. But I do appreciate the support, those who watched it, those who provided likes and such. I really do appreciate the support. It's a very, very touchy thing at the moment, because there are people out there that have opinions regarding AI art, but the thing is that I know where it's coming from, because it's not coming from out of its own rear end. It's not coming out of AI's own rear end. It did come from proof. It was used as a proof of concept art, and I want to make sure it's very clear to all of you to really understand that proof of concept is just. In fact, you know what? I'll pull it up. I'll pull the definition up rather than saying that, because sometimes. There we go. Proof of concept, also known as proof of principle, is an let's see. I'm getting this out of. No, let me not get this out of Wikipedia. This thing, it's already got a warning. This article possibly contains original research. No, let's go and get that, because I want to make sure this is very clear for those of you who are watching this. Let's see here. Project manager, sure. Project manager. Here we go. Here we go. Let me pull up the view screen. Okay, I just want to make sure this is abundantly, just a little bit more clear, since I'm live right now. You know what I'm saying? And just to make sure that this is actually understood. All right. This comes from Project Manager. Proof of concept is evidence obtained from a pilot project which is executed to demonstrate that a product idea, business plan, or project plan is feasible. For example, in drug development, clinical trials are used to determine whether a new drug will be safe and effective, thus gathering proof of concept for a final product. The results of a proof of concept are gathered in a proof of concept document that helps stakeholders better understand what the proof of success, concept success criteria are. But that definition doesn't cover everything a proof of concept does. Proof of concept collects users' feedback, insights from team members, including those who might have otherwise contributed, thereby mitigating unforeseen risks. So that's why I keep saying it's a proof of concept, because the art in and of itself is not final. The point of proof of concept is to show that it can, that it's possible. That this is something that can be done. And the proof of concept, the original proof of concept art was for Trucker no Bouken. And the character Red, which I'm working on, which I'll now announce. I'm doing an audiobook. I've already done the prologue and the title, and so I'm practicing reading out loud because I'm doing the audiobook myself. And that's where the newly redesigned Red is coming from. My novel, my book, and I made a proof of concept art for her from my book, my novel. That's why I have to stress this out. It's not. This isn't some. This isn't some. How you say? And I have to stress this because I know that there's a lot of people who do original AI art directly from the AI art generator itself. Directly from the AI art generator itself, and try to pass it off as, oh man, that's some hard work. Keep in mind, if you've all been following me, I've been rewriting Trucker no Bouken since January. If you've seen what had happened, well, I don't know if you were not many of you were around in February, but I had a bit of I did have a bit of an episode, and recentered and refocused all my attention into rewriting Trucker no Bouken after I had finished the prototype for Savage Strikers, and and I had made the announcement that I was making adjustments. It was called Priority 1, and it is in my channel here on YouTube. That I made note of it. That I was going to take that I was going to downscale the content. That's why there's been a lot of Mech Warrior, Skibby Toilet, and Warhammer research, and not a lot of other research and anime, because that was because the whole idea was to get the first book done. And the first book, which is and which is designed for the Japanese style Bouken format. It's in English, the Japanese, and now I'm working on the Japanese translation, Japanese rewrite, covering chapters 1 through 6, which is currently available. The original draft, the first draft on SYOSETSU. Basically, I'm on draft 3 of this book. So basically, I redesigned the character Red. Red was just a voice like Siri Kit from Knight Rider, just a voice. There was no physical features of the character. And as I had said in the video, you'll see in the you can find it in the Kimio playlist. I created a playlist for Kimio, so that way you can see where the origin came from. I redesigned the character in the book, and then just like I did with the characters in Trucker no Bouken, I had a proof of art concept done via AI, and the reason why I keep stressing that's proof of concept is because the art, that particular art, is not supposed to be final. You know what I'm saying? Was never intended to be for the final product. The point was to show that Trucker no Bouken is feasible as anime characters, because SYOSETSU.com is a Japanese website, and SYOSETSU.com is very notorious for having Japanese publishing companies, the big ones, actually picking up books. They pick up and publish novels from there. They're very notorious, and if you're an anime fan, you've seen some of them that came from SYOSETSU. Mushoku Tensei, Bofuri, which is I'm afraid of getting hit, so I put all my stats on defense, and a few others. A few others came from, a whole lot of others actually came out from SYOSETSU. So that's the pursuit goal. But because I'm very disadvantaged, because I'm American, with Puerto Rican descent, I'm an American of Puerto Rican descent, I'm going into a complete and totally different territory, Japan. That's why I'm studying Japanese. That's why I'm learning Japanese. That's why I'm speaking Japanese. Hi. Okay, because I got to be able to do business with Japan, and you can't do business in Japan speaking English. They expect you to speak Japanese. They expect you to know some level of Japanese. They expect your works to be written in Japanese, And the proof of concept art is to show them that it can be done in Japanese pop culture. That my work is compatible with Japanese pop culture and not Americanized, as one could say. So that's where the proof of concept art for Trucker no Bouken came from, and one of those was Red. And I'm not good with these AI generators because it didn't follow the instructions that I said, and of course the art, compared to the other proof of concept arts from the other characters in Trucker no Bouken, the one that's supposed to be Red actually came out good. I mean, really good. It was like hard to ignore good. Saying it was in one shot. It was like one shot good. Like I didn't have to keep repeating myself. All the fingers were intact. There was no weird distortions, no missing limbs, nothing. It came out good. And so, even though it didn't follow my instructions, because that's not the way Red's supposed to look, for proof of concept, I still used it as proof of concept. But then as weeks went on, my brain was like, you know what, I got something good here. And I know how popular, characters can specifically be. Like Hello Kitty is very popular, like it's popular all around the world. Hatsune Miku is a singular character that's popular all around the world. It's popular all around the world. So, it's like, okay, since I'm leaning into Japan, why don't I just take this proof of concept art and elevate it and disconnect it from Trucker no Bouken, since the proof of concept art looks nothing, since it didn't give me what I wanted, like it gave me the colors, the cat girl, all the stuff, the outfit, but it didn't give me how I described her in the book. So I was like, it's okay. You know what? I'll elevate her to a character, and went through a whole talk with a couple of members in my chat a couple of weeks ago live, who were well versed with the AI art situation and artists themselves, and everything. They kind of allayed my fears regarding attitudes for AI art, regarding AI art, and it's like, okay, and we got I got a big plan happening that I'm hoping to start next week. I can't announce it just yet, but I gotta wait. But in the meantime, I just went ahead and leaned in and generated and started trying to get this stupid thing. Because AI really sucks, quite honestly. I don't know how these guys. I don't know what they're doing to make the AI art look like fantastic and all that. But the AI art ain't cooperating with me. That generator is not cooperating with me. But I do want to present the proof of concept art in video. So that so I already got the first script done for Kimio, for the first video regarding Kimio. And just work along that way, just work along that way and see where it goes. So in the meantime, just to get the this month, I decided to make emotes out of Kimio. So they're available on Twitch, Kick, and here now on YouTube. It's not a lot on YouTube. YouTube still has me locked out of stuff, but so does Twitch and Kick, because I need more. I need more subscribers and such. So hopefully that'll happen. Hopefully that'll happen, and that'll be good. And the about section, I worked up the about section and gave proper credit where credit is due. Regarding not just only Kimio but other art that was provided to me from actual artists that I paid off to commissioned, that I paid commission for. So yeah, a lot of legal hurdles there. An about section about Kimio, just to give everyone the primer of what's to come. So once I translate, and another thing that I did, and you probably may have noticed over here on my list here, yes, I do have a Nico channel now. I opened up a Nico channel because I'm going to do Japanese language videos based on Kimio. That's the plan. But first I gotta do my formal introduction video as Coqui-san. The proper it's an etiquette thing. It's an etiquette video, basically, to introduce myself to Japan and Japanese viewers and let them know what this is all about and everything. And then I'm going to focus Kimio videos there, and there will be Kimio videos here. The advantage of being a writer is I can actually write a story, and I will be writing stories about Kimio, and they will be posted up here. And they will be the Kimio videos will be members only exclusive. The Kimio videos, that's going to be the plan to try and build up interest. Build up that fan base and such for those who are interested. What the show's gonna be about, I'll announce that when I get that video done. As soon as I get the video done. But yeah. It's gonna be a very fun thing, and as for Truck and Bouken, like I said, I'm working on an English language audiobook, and that too is gonna be posted up on the writing channel, members only. So if you're interested in my properties, because they're both my IPs, since they're both my IPs, yeah, you'll just have to do the membership thing, because I will not put my research videos behind a paywall, a membership paywall. If you've noticed, I have not done that, and I won't do that because those research videos, those videos I'm researching, they're not mine. Neither are shows like Skibidi Toilet and The Amazing Digital Circus, or anime shows for that matter. They're not mine. And it's not right for me to put them behind membership paywalls. But Truck and Bouken is mine. and Kimio is mine, and I can put those behind paywalls because they belong to me and my company. So let's make that. So I just want to make sure that's very clear. The members only will only be for Coqui-san products and my and intellectual properties. It will not be used for research videos that belong to other people. So you know, so that's a little transparency for all of you, out there, because I don't like that idea. I really don't. Honestly, personally, I don't like that idea. But that's me. That's my personal opinion. So, there we go. Got you all up to speed on that. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty big, and yeah, that's why, and also that's why I haven't done the anime, have not done the anime, released the anime research. I had finished up Gundam G-Guax. Magic Lumiere was long done, and I just finished last week from Crunchyroll Bumpkin to Master Swordsman research. So along with City Hunter, I'm still doing City Hunter. So it's not like I'm like abandoned the anime or anything, but editing them down to appropriate levels so that way you all could be able to see it. It takes time. And right now, I am dealing with trying to find a publisher that could help me get Savage Strikers into market. I am trying to get Trucker no Bouken done and the first book done so I could get it up on SYOSETSU. And now I got Kimio, which I'm doing videos for, and they all have top priority. They all have high priority because it's all about building the fans for these products, getting fans for these products, build them up, and bring you guys entertainment and such. So yeah. So yeah, that's why the anime hasn't come up yet. But don't think for 1 minute that I haven't forgotten or I banned it or anything. I just need y'all to be patient because it really does take a long time. It really does take me a long time to cut that all down, so that way they won't get hit, so that the research videos won't get hit by a block, like what had happened early in the year when Netflix decided, hey, well, I'm gonna go back to your videos from 7 weeks ago, and we're gonna block those. After I had finally cleared them out with Netflix the first time around. So cleared it out with YouTube and the Japanese publisher that was blocking it. So yeah, you can thank them. You can thank them for the situation, for the anime situation, for the anime research situation. Because that's all it is just research, just trying to learn. Yeah, Skibidi Toilet, just to give you all a heads up. Skibidi Toilet, once I'm done with Saga, I'll be all caught up. I'll be all caught up with Skibidi Toilet. And I want to try and shift research while I'm waiting for Gerasimov. Dome Studios, Fearlands, and Maxity releasing new ones. I thought about regarding Gerasimov Skibidi Toilet to wait until he releases the compilation, the whole season compilation. The problem is that it was 2-3 months ago that he last released 79 Part 1, and now he released 79 Part 2. I can't wait. I don't know if I should be if I should wait, because I do get people in the comments to be like, oh yeah, Part 1 came out, Part 2 came out, and so on, and and it's like I don't wanna it's like I don't know if I should or shouldn't, because then I got to do the season, and then then I feel like I'm rehashing the whole thing, and that's been one of the big flaws. So I wanna make sure that I satisfy Skibidi Toilet fans and not make them wait for a season compilation to happen with the main line. The others will wait. We could wait until a whole season, they compile the seasons up. But with Gerasimov, I want to just keep that momentum going and play out the parts and then do the full season. That's what I figure I'll do, but only for Gerasimov's hit the main Skibidi Toilet, because that's really the big one. That's really the one that's the center focus. All of the others, we could wait until they do season compilations, and of course freelance finishing up the retcon, so I could do the comparison videos. So yeah, I'm gonna figure out once I'm done with Skibidi Saga. Once I finish up with Skibidi Saga, because there's only 4 seasons so far, as to what I will replace it with, replace Skibidi Toilet with, and Skibidi Toilet will join the Thursday lineup from where I just will join the Thursday lineup, and move Wednesdays to, well, I don't want to say Thursday lineup because I might end up shifting that, but I just wanted to give you all a heads up because it's already past a year now since I discovered that article that Michael Bay was making a Skibidi Toilet, and I finally learned what the heck that thing is. It's been a year now, so I just want to say I just want to use this time actually perfectly live to say thank you all for all your support, all of you who watched. Thanks to a lot of viewers last year, because I had like over 1,000 viewers. I just want to say thank you all for the opportunity to entertain you all. I perfectly understand if my style is not your cup of tea, but I do thank you all for giving me that opportunity to entertain you and see if it was worth the trouble, worth your time. I try to do as best as I could, but I gotta operate on my own pace, and I know my pace is not the screaming type of reactor, or the crying reactors. Some of them, believe me, I watch a lot of reactors, and I'm very stoic, I guess. I'm not the type that's gonna just go buck wild screaming like ah ah ah. You know what I'm saying? Or but it's a joke, but the scene is a comedy scene. You know what I'm saying? You've seen some of those. if you've been watching those reaction videos, you know which ones I'm talking about. That's my critique. Hola, evident self. Welcome over on the Twitch side. How you doing today? About to get ready. Yeah. Oh, thank you for saying that. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at one of them crying, and it's a comedy scene, and it was so weird. I'm like, it's only a comedy scene. So I'm sure there's a lot. I'm sure that many people look for that type of reactors. Like the vast majority, like 1,000 of them. I just don't. I don't feel that way. It's like if something legitimately happens and I react to that. That's when I should be reacting to it. Like if it's really funny. Like for example, I'll give you a perfect example. In City Hunter, Rio. Was just in one of the other episodes, and I put the highlight of that on there, up on there, in the compilation video. He just walks up all casually, like whistling around, and he stands next to a cardboard cutout of a product, a model. A female model in a bikini, selling the product. It was an advertisement, and he just walks up, and then all of a sudden he just snatches it and runs off with it. And because I know his whole operation, the type of person he is, I was just laughing out loud. Like, it was so funny. It was out of nowhere and everything, and I just started laughing really loud. That was a natural reaction to a joke. It was a natural reaction. But if it would have been, but other reactors probably would have been like, oh my god, 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 what's he gonna do? Oh my god, what's he gonna do? What? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and I'll be like, is that really necessary? Oh man. So the emotional energy, the emotional reactors, I don't know where they get it from, but Oh man, I'm glad somebody understood what I'm saying. You know, I've seen, believe me, I've seen some very, very, very good reactors that really do react naturally. But I'm not the type that, that would do something like that. If that's what the fans of reaction videos are looking for, I'm not like that. I'll be very stoic for the most part, and very Mm, how do you say, plain bread? I guess you could say. Plain. I'll just be plain about it until something really cool happens. Oh man. Oh man. But that's just the way it is, and I'm just glad that they at least gave me a chance. A lot of the viewers. That's why I'm trying to make the point here on for everybody watching here on YouTube. I do appreciate the opportunity, and I'm glad that I was able to entertain you to the best of my ability. And yeah, I'm definitely not gonna fake emote a reaction. No, 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 no. All right, let's get this going. Let's get this going. Um, oh yeah, you know what? And since I got y'all on, since I got YouTubers on here, if many of you have been trying to watch my Twitch, I've been trying to watch my Twitch stream, and haven't been or have fallen behind. Yeah, I've been having major issues with Twitch ads because I'm not a big fan of Twitch ads, but I am affiliate. I do have affiliate level on Twitch, but the thing is that I was trying to operate the ads manually myself at my own time, and I found out that Twitch at a certain point will start activating pre-roll ads, and worse, if I don't run enough ads during my live stream, they will hit my audience with 5 minutes and 10-minute ads. So I'm just letting all of you over on YouTube know that I'm pissed off about it because I'm not seeing that money. Ad revenue is not really a great source of income or anything. I've always known that for the past couple of years. I mean, I've had good people who were also affiliates. They gave me the heads up about that ahead of time. So I was already prepared and started contingency plans and such for that. For when I would hit affiliate. The only reason why I wanted to hit affiliate was to try and see if I could beat the algorithms and maybe get lucky and get a little bit more noticeable rather than be drowned out. Which is a little bit more important for me, is to try and get the traffic than anything else. But unfortunately, now that I know that if I don't run enough ads, and I only run the ads 3 times per stream before this whole thing happened, and that would be at the start of the show where I did the starting soon scenes. You don't get it on YouTube. I did it once, it got tagged for copyright, so I stopped doing the starting soon. But it's basically my quote unquote AMVs of my playthroughs type of thing. A little fancy it up and everything. Then I would do my break scene, which is my be right back screens that I play. You guys will tend to get that when I go on the break. That's when I put up activate the ad, and then at the end of the show, like when I close out and I sign off and everything, I hit a 3-minute ad. And apparently that's not good enough for Twitch. That's not good enough for Twitch, and they hit my viewers with 5 and 10-minute ads, and they let me know. My viewers had let me know, and I had to ask other viewers if they've been tagged with that, and the answer is yes. They've been tagged with 5 and 10-minute ads because I'm supposed to run an X amount of times of those ads. The problem is that I do not want to run ads every 20 freaking seconds, especially when I'm in the middle of talking. I hate when streamers do that. I'm like listening to them, and then they get into a good part in their talk, and then all of a sudden ad pops up. You know what I'm talking about, especially y'all on YouTube. That pisses me off. especially if a streamer actually read my chat and answers my question, then suddenly an ad pops up and now I don't get to hear the answer, and then I don't get to communicate back because I gotta wait 5 freaking minutes, or worse, 10 minutes. You know what I mean? And then I come off sounding rude or something, you know, because I'm not responding back to the streamer. It's a rigged game. It's a rigged game. I could tell you that much. Damned if you do, damned you don't. That's how I feel. I feel I'm damned if I do. If I run ads, I know a lot of you don't like the ads, and many of you will walk away from me if I run the ads. And I'm damned if I don't. If I don't run the ads, then Twitch will hit me with 5 and 10 minute ads, and I lose viewers because nobody wants to sit through a 5 and 10 minute ad. And that's not fair to me. That's not fair to me because I want to be able to control when I want to run the ads, not not run it at the inconvenience of everybody. At everyone's inconvenience. You know what I'm saying? I want to run it when it's appropriate, not when not on the whims of a company that's hemorrhaging. They're clearly hemorrhaging if they're resorting to these tactics. And I don't think I'm getting any ad revenue when they auto generate, or they auto activate those 5 and 10 minute ads, which adds to the sting. But then I come across videos of people on YouTube saying, "Oh, if you run an ad, I'm not gonna subscribe to you. I'm not gonna be your viewer." And it's like, that's not really fair because you don't know if we had motive behind it. You don't know if we have motive behind it. Well, I'm letting you know there is no motive behind it. I'm trying to keep this whole Twitch thing at bay, so that way I could keep getting my viewers. And thankfully, because I made this shift, I'm starting to get viewers. So yeah, for everybody on Twitch, I gotta activate the ad every hour, and that's when I go on the break. Unfortunately, this is Friday, and I'm on YouTube, so I don't really want to pause every 1 hour on the hour to deal with to take care, because it's you guys. I want to keep it going. I don't want to break up the flow for YouTubers out there. You know what I mean? So yeah, so for you YouTubers out there, yeah, that's a headache I'm dealing with. You could let me know in the comments if you watch the VODs, your thoughts on the whole Twitch thing. But I don't know. But unfortunately, there's no way I could get rid of it. And I have spoken with another streamer who has the same effect, situation as I, and there's just no way. There's just no way to get around this. Twitch. I've been. I don't want to get too deep into Twitch because I've been keeping my eyes on their activities for the past 2 years because they've been doing weird shenanigans. Like every year is a shenanigan. Ever since I went on Twitch, started live streaming on Twitch because you gotta live stream on Twitch and then make your YouTube content and then put that on your YouTube. And it's like, really, I don't know. But I committed to it, so I'm sticking in. But yeah, every year since I've been on Twitch has been doing that one weird thing, and it always makes me sit there and ask me the question of why am I still there? Small streamers like me, we're effed. We're like I said, it's a rigged game. It's like what my man said, Moneyball. Like what my man said, Moneyball. You got you got the New York Yankees, the rich. Then you got the rest of the league. Then you got the small league, and then you got the Oakland A's all the way down at the bottom. The runt of the litter. And what happens to the runt of the litter when it doesn't feed? It dies. Oh man. So let's get on with reading the comments. Got 7 pages worth to go with. Want to give a big thanks to all my YouTube subscribers who watch and comment on there. Your information, your research information has proven very helpful. Very helpful. Let me drink up here so that way my throat won't go while I'm reading out your comments. I've been having this weird little bug. I don't know what it is or where it's coming from, but it just loves my cup, and I'm glad it's not here today. So, all right. So, and just to, for those of you who are new here, if you're wondering why in my comments I'm always putting up so many likes and hearts, it's because my viewers provide me with information, research information that I'm doing for the topics that I'm doing on hand, and they also provide me with recommended links or recommendations of videos for me to check out, which I do cover. Keep in mind that there is a line, and regarding the queue, there's a queue line regarding recommendations. So please don't think for 1 minute that I ignored you. If I gave you the heart, you're on the queue, but you gotta wait your turn. Okay. Don't go spamming my comments about what you recommended. If you got the heart and the thumbs up, you're on the queue. Just wait your turn. Okay, wait your turn like everybody else. Because if we don't keep things organized and everything gets disorganized, yeah, we gotta keep order here on Coqui-san. All right. All right, here's the August research comments from the Black Warriors and Circinus Federation research video. Vicrill65 says, if you want to build a raiding force, you want fast mechs with hands to carry loot, javelin, spider, stinger, something with decent speed and easy to get parts for, and provide heavier support to lead Griffin, Shadowhawk, Wolverine. These three get called the 375 Mafia after their shared engine size. They hit a sweet spot between speed, firepower, durability, cost that's hard to match in other weight classes or categories. Also, I'm enjoying the Impossible Man mini labs while reading. First of all, thank you for purchasing the Impossible Man, and I'm very happy to have entertained you on that. This is a very good start for what I hope one day when I have the funds that I can purchase BattleTech figurines. I don't know if I should call them figurines. BattleTech models for a BattleTech skirmish, for a little BattleTech battle. I do tend to go to conventions, especially tabletop conventions, and I wouldn't mind if I find a good party that does small game, small pickup game of BattleTech and Warhammer. I would like to be able to join in without having to invest so much into it. Without investing too much into it, it's a very dedicated hobby, and I can assure you, when it comes to dedicating myself to hobbies, I could get carried away, and the cost. You should see how many tabletop video games, Magic cards, Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Hero Click. I got so many collections. It's crazy. So I'm trying to put a little discipline in terms of my purchases. I want to make sure. What I'm thinking of for like Warhammer, and I had mentioned this in my latest research video that'll be posted up next week. I was thinking of like four orcs, a war boss, and maybe a mech and one mech. I'm not sure if that's good enough for a full team for a casual play. But I would like to know if that's actually enough to if that's more than enough to be able to do a game. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think I need. I feel like I don't need that many characters, that many models to do such things. And so this little list here is great because I did show interest for the raiding party, to do a raiding force, and I wouldn't mind having that. If all I need is those 6, then I would like to get my hands on those 6 and there. From my multiple redesigns of the Necrons research, once again from Bilingual65. You should look at some first edition 40k lore. I think that's the Rogue Trader rulebook. I'd have to check to be certain. I got into 40k on 3rd edition back in 05. Was at least another decade before I looked for a first edition rulebook. Not a lot of difference between 3rd, 5th, and 7th editions of Space Wolves Codex. They don't match the original book outside of equipment lore. Okay. Yeah. Again, I did do the research on the 9 editions. Already Ian covered the 9 editions, so I did research on that. You'll see that next week when I start posting up the next batch of research videos. And yes, it really was very clear that the advancement of each edition was very fascinating and such. I'm not sure. Finding the first edition will be interesting. Because from what I saw in the research, there wasn't really figurines at the time. It was more D&D like. It was all paper like for Warhammer. But then the figurines started happening, started coming into play afterwards. So I wouldn't mind, but then again, I'm not sure how expensive that's gonna be because that would be a collector's item. We're talking 30 years ago. Getting first edition, so I'll have to really keep that in mind. Budget and all. So from the every Necron character explained, or at least the important ones, research, Mike Shenanigans 8893 said the Infinite and the Divine is not a comedy. However, it has comedic moments and is quite an enjoyable read. I am looking forward to reading that book. I'm still looking for it. I don't know. I don't know if I should get it off of Barnes and Noble as opposed to Amazon because, and I'll explain to you why. I don't trust Amazon's transportation. When I tried to, one time I had them send me a copy of The Impossible Man because I needed to do a hard check, and they wrecked the book in transport and ruined the whole thing. I still have it. It really pissed me off, and I don't want to, find money get wasted and such. It's like it really, really pissed me off and everything. But I look forward to reading the misadventures of Necrons. From the First Succession War, Phony War Research, Crackling Voice wrote, the point behind the profligate use of WMDs during the first 2 Succession Wars was asset denial. If one faction was about to lose, then they would just flip the table and nuke the winner. This happened a lot. The great houses and clans all maintained stockpiles of WMDs throughout the setting. The Ares conventions were enacted by the great houses at the end of the Age of War, just before the Starlight was founded, as a set of basic laws governing warfare between those great houses, excluding the periphery, which the Capcom took advantage of immediately in an attempt to invade the Taurians. So basically, it's like, yeah, we won't nuke each other, but everyone else, everyone who's not in our little circle, take them out. Take them out. The Yellow Jesters said, I think the really cool thing about this is that while it's possible to play in the First Succession Wars era, literally all of this is a lore dump that's not even necessary to know to play the game. I got a few friends into Battletech, and while one was interested in this nitty-gritty detail, the rest I summarized very briefly. If you don't know already, space in Battletech mostly operates as it would in our real world, with Newtonian physics being key, like gravity needing spinning parts of the ship, etc. If you want a full picture of the war, Science Insanity has a shorter video that summarizes the war. Mind you, it's more of a humorous back and forth between 2 people, less of a documentary style like Sven has. But the information and descriptions are still really good and hold a lot of value. It might be worth a gander. So thank you for that recommendation again, Yellow Jesters. It was a pretty fun listen. Very very different from what I had been doing with the research because many of the videos have been documentary style. But to hear it from the podcast, they were pretty good. They were pretty good, and it was very insightful hearing their thoughts on the whole thing. VicRoll65 once again Says Aerotech is the aerospace combat system, if I remember correctly, because I remember I had wanted to do the space war part of BattleTech, like all the space battles, out there flying all over the place. So it's called Aerotech, the combat system. So hopefully I could find that as well, because I would like to. I'm not sure how many people really do it. Let me know in the comments below how many people do aerospace combat in BattleTech. And if it's very easy to find. Continuing on, thank you for the link. Yes, thank you for the links on the first session more. I did note that I was going to cover like the first 3 videos, but the subsequent videos I didn't know what was important. You provided that for me. Thank you, thank you. As for the BattleTech cartoon you recommended, I gotta find proper channels first. Because that is owned IP. So I don't know if I'll be able to cover it ultimately if I can't find it through official channels. So if anything, I can always go back to my storytelling thoughts videos, which you can find here on the channel, here on the YouTube channel. In my there's a playlist for it. If anything, I can always do that, at the very least, and provide some stilled images from BattleTech at the very least. So now, from the Every Necron Faction Explained research video, MK Starstorm 8822 said, Wes Hammer has several videos like this in style and quality for other 48K factions. I'd recommend his Adeptus Mechanicus and Leagues of Votan, the next group videos. I can't remember if I had come across the Adeptus Mechanicus in my initial during my early research. I don't know if that's a completely different race. I don't know if they're an offshoot of humans or if those are the Necrons. Every time I keep seeing the images, it looks like Necrons, but then then I see comments talking about how they're humans. I need some clarification on that, because if they're humans, it's going to have to wait till I get to the human faction, to the human race. As for the Votan, that's supposed to be the new group. The dwarves, so I'm the new race in Warhammer. So since they're relatively new, I'm gonna cover them next, just so that way I can speed through it. So it's not gonna be a lot of videos on Votan research, for the Votan research, but I'm gonna cover that next, just to clear them out, and then go to the next big group. Just so that way we can move it along. Just so that way I could get another race done really, really fast on that one. From the Skibbity Wars Season 18 Legacy research, Foofiz Animation said, it's Titan TV Man Jr. There's 2 TV Titans in the series, Cinema Man, the original, and Junior, this one. This will be shown they'll be shown together soon, which I did. Very, very tricky. Very well, I wouldn't say tricky. They're very noticeable, and I got timestamps here, so I'll just make sure to take a look and recap on that. Continuing on, it's Toilet Adventure, Scientist Toilet along analog in this series. He lost his driller machine in this season, so he'll be shown without it. Okay. Phantom Toilet, Spectral Race main member. She don't belong to the Skibby Toilets. She can confront even Titan Cameraman. Toilet Emperor, very important character for the series. He has featured in previous season. Soon he'll get dialogue and better design, so will be easier to remember, I think. I look forward to the retcon, quite honestly, because it's going to be very interesting to compare the two. It's quite difficult to understand legacy episodes of the seasons, but they are almost 2 years old. Also important thing, there's no season 19 for some reason, so you'll need to watch episodes 73 to 78 without using compilation. So I do appreciate the heads up. I opted to just only focus on the legacy videos, because the plan is to compare the retcon videos to the legacy videos to see what a retcon process looks like in writing, and get a good understanding and handle. Because sometimes people like to retcon. They like to retcon, and I like to be able to stay on my toes in terms of knowledge of writing and so on. Next, from Science Insanity for Secession War, Vicro65 said, as to the Star Wars jokes, because they made Star Wars jokes. Battletech was originally called Battle Droids until Lucas filed or threatened a lawsuit because he had a copyright on the word droid. That would be more of a trademark. Excuse me. I think next up, I think yes. Okay, that was the whole sentence. I thought there was more to that sentence. Hold on a second. Did I lose a whole page here? I better check here. I feel like I lost the whole page. Hold on. We'll rectify that. I hope I didn't lose a whole page. I'll be so mad. Let's see. Oh, here they are. Here's this one. Mute. Let's see here. Nope. Okay, that was the whole sentence. Okay. Whew. I thought for a minute there, I missed the whole sentence there. I accidentally cut off the line. Let's see here. Okay. So yeah, I think that was really more trademark than copyright. I think Steiner and Davion space already engulfed half. Adding Liao territory may have pushed it over 3/5 of the inner sphere. I think it's around the time of the Fourth Secession War that houses Steiner and Davion joined to form the upper state of the Federated Commonwealth. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of territory. I was. Yeah, I did the research, the next research on the politics side from Sven Vanderplank, and seeing the size of that galaxy, I was left calculating as to how many freaking human beings might be in there. Yeah, the Secession War definitely, it's definitely very, very fascinating, and I'll be, and I can't wait to go to like the main battles. It's a lot. It's a lot. From the Skibbity Wars episode 73-75 Legacy Research, Rufus Animation wrote, I think you understand, but still I'll say, Legacy episodes is the episodes that Everlands want to remake at the end of series. They're not that important to watch, and series can be watched from episode 76. If you had, I had said it. I had said this before, and I say, and just want to make sure that's very clear. I am watching the Legacies because it's part of the research. I want to compare the Legacy episodes with the Retcon episodes. When he releases the Retcon episodes, I want to compare the differences and get a better understanding of how Retcon actually works as a writer. That's the whole purpose of watching the Legacy episodes. If I start watching the official episodes, then I'm gonna have to end up rewatching them after the first ones because I'll be completely lost on the whole thing on what's going on because of the retcon. Change the entire storyline and context. So that's why I wanted to do the Legacy, because it's all about comparing. It was a very rare opportunity, because I have noticed that videos were being taken down every time I kept coming back, and a great opportunity for all of us to learn in terms of writing how one goes about retconning, and what does it look like in the end. Fufus continued. As I said, it's Toilet Inventor, aka Scientist Toilet. Yes, you're right, and I made that mistake, didn't I? He using his small mech only in this episode because his drill machine was destroyed. I apologize for missing, because you did mention that. It's not a hole, it's just his TV design. Yeah, it's a timestamp. It's talking about one of the TV men. No one still understands why it's white, but it won't appear anymore. That's the white light that I had pointed out. Apparently, that's going to be the official retcon. Plunger and TV Plunger are different characters. Original Plunger Man will appear in episode 101. That's great to know, because I love Plunger Man. Everyone knows I love Plunger Man. Everyone knows I can't stop talking about Plunger Man. Everyone has to keep reminding me in the comments that they're not Plunger Man. Plunger Man is dead. I want my Plunger Man. There we go. See, that's a fake reaction cry there. It's Necromancer Toilet, very important character. He came from other worlds, same for the Phantom Toilet and some other characters that didn't appear yet. And this Speaker Man is infected by a Necromancer, which explains why Speaker Man was acting very weird at the end of Legacy. All right. And thank you, helping me out with his animation. I'm looking forward to the retcon and being able to watch all the episodes that are official, that are currently being released right now. I think he's at 112 right now. See all those episodes along with the retcon in one single go, and really see the whole, the entire whole. It's going to be pretty fantastic when that happens. From the Battle Rant 3, so who are the bad guys? Research. Jason 32272 wrote. He timestamped it at the 6 minute. My understanding, based on the rules as published in the 1990s, is that the average tech level on any world in Battletech is comparable to the mid 20th century, borrowing imported tech from more advanced worlds. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, because I had pointed that out, how amazing it was that when I saw the documentaries, and they always mention like World War II or World War One or some other real world event in our time, in our real past, and then link that up, has always been such a fascinating thing for me. That means the average planet can manage Korean War era tech at best, World War II level for a slightly larger percentage, and a number can't manage World War One level production. No wireless communications infrastructure, little computer technology, and in some cases, not even internal combustion engines can be locally produced. Yeah, that's the other thing that, considering how long ago BattleTech started, with the technology we had at that time, I'm pretty impressed that they didn't like retcon or rewrite to make technology catch up, in which then there would be the usage of, say, smartphones and Siri type of thing. This means many worlds for their local militias rely mostly on World War II tank technology for their armored units and infantry that may or may not have squad level automatic weaponry, which goes a long way to explaining how an invading lance of just 4 mechs can be such a massive threat that most worlds are willing to nearly bankrupt themselves to acquire a few lances of light or medium mechs for local defense, along with the very in-demand trained personnel to maintain said mechs. After all, any mechs, techs, and spare parts need to be from off-world if local production has a hard time managing World War II STS. Yes, that's something that I've been noticing, that in recent research, that that resources, despite the fact that they have planets, with abundance of resources, of various resources, the specific amounts of resources don't necessarily help provide the things needed to manufacture giant mechs. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, think about it. How much iron is sitting in Mars? Is there copious amounts of metallurgy on Mars? Planets like Mars, or and then there's like gas planets, which of course nobody's gonna go on a gas planet. Colonize a gas planet, but you know what I mean. Like, not all planets could be abundant in the type of resources needed to be able to create mechs. So they would have to have a more centralized area to manufacture the mechs. So it kind of makes logical sense in that case here. Vicral165 commented on he commented on the original video that the villain is always your opponent. This is a game setting after all, but there is still some nuance to the question when playing narrative games. Are you invading for resources because your enemy showed weakness? Are you facing pirates or invaders? Are you stirring strife within your own faction to incite them to war or rebellion? Did someone find an abandoned warship or Starleague cache and everyone rushing to claim it? You may not even know all the details of why you're fighting until the dice rolling is done and you learn a few more details. That's pretty fascinating. So, So it's got a little air, aura of mystery going on in there. All right, that's when it comes to taking on opponents. So in other words, that's a piece of information you don't really get. Gotcha. So sometimes, so the thing about tabletop games is that when you take on your opponents, your information on your opponents, if it's competitive, particularly if it's not cooperative, is very limited. And usually it's just limited on what you see on the field. You don't get to see what's behind the curtain with your opponents, so you don't know who or what you're up against. And this is very and that's actually pretty cool that they have that the curtain veil, so it's not obvious if you're taking on a specific type. What you thought you might be taking on Davian, it may turn out to be pirates that stole the tech from Davian, and now you gotta stop them from stealing resources. That's pretty good. I like that flexibility. In the game. Pretty good. Okay, next up is Derek the First. This is gonna take a while, guys. Derek the First wrote, interesting video. I'd seen the content you're responding to a while back, and at the time I was more struck by the comments telling Voice of Iron that he was wrong to treat the deaths of hundreds of millions of quote unquote parentheses Asian people as anywhere near as important as Hans Davian's personal honor. While I stand by him on that, I'm less sympathetic to the whole these days. Broadly speaking, it seems like you're getting a lot of misinformation by relying on secondary battletech sources, and as just by the books isn't a particularly reasonable response to that, I guess I should make some points on where this video goes wrong. Okay. Okay, well, let's see. Who are the bad guys? I just wanted to double check to make sure I wasn't reading something different. Okay, fair enough. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for good clarity. The Federated Suns doesn't have a national parliament. The first prince is an autocrat who rules through regional warlords. Individual planets can sometimes vote for local government, but local leaders are completely powerless in the face of the central authority. Number 2, similarly, the Free Worlds League wasn't a democracy, it was a republic. Provincial representatives in the League Parliament did not need to be elected locally, and the representation was weighted based on the wealth of the province. Don't think USA for these guys, think Rome. Okay. It's a Roman republic. It follows basically it's space Rome. They're space Rome. Gotcha. Yes, it's man. I don't want to go into the politics, but people really need to know the difference between a republic and a democracy, because they keep applying the word democracy to the United States, and the United States is not a democracy; it's a republic. It's a republic with democratic democratic capabilities. It's not a direct democracy. Number 3, the Curitas should have gotten some credit for stopping the FedCom offensive in the War of 39. The Fourth Secession War killed 500 million people. 35 would have done the same thing without Theodore Kurita's daring and Takahashi Kurita's conspicuous courage. Indeed, if they hadn't checked Davian's rampage, there would have been a war of 30-48 directed at the Free Worlds League that pushed the body count even higher. Neither Kurita was the best person of his age, but if we're considering, what happened to? Why is all this scratched off here? Oh boy, hold on. Sorry. This looks like the printer ink smeared this. The printer ink smeared this. Let me get this out. Sorry about that. That's very annoying. Very annoying. smears, lots of smears. There we go. Here we are. Let's see. Okay. If they hadn't checked Davian's rampage, there would have been a war of 34-48 directed at the Free Worlds League that pushed the body count even higher. Neither Kurita was the best person of his age, but if we're considering human life to be the most precious thing, they surely have a great deal of karma in the bank. There we go. I don't know why the ink smeared out, so that really sucks. 4. Voice of Iron begs the question when talking about Tukaid. He did an okay job of showing that the successor states are pretty horrible, but then wants to say that Comstar is saving the inner sphere, by which he means the fate of the successor lords from the clans, is definitely a good thing. Well, that can only be true if the clans are worse than the successor states, which takes us to the next point. Number 5. When Voice of Iron finally discusses the clans, there's practically no discussion on their society, which is absolutely true, because I did do research on the clans, and they do have a society. They went through a lot of pains, and they made their move to take a chunk of space, creating a big wedge. So it's not like they're not without a society. It's just that they have multiple factions that have a very hard time sometimes amongst themselves to agree with it. Sometimes they find themselves going into war amongst themselves at times. But they are not without civility. A sense of society. It's just that they're not down with the houses. He basically assumes that clan society is wrong and evil to such an extent that no discussion of it is really necessary. This is clear from him praising the clans which adopted Innisphere's values. We get an admission that clan civilians living free from war is good, but nothing on clan civilians being guaranteed housing, education, and healthcare, which was the whole, which if I understand correctly, was the impetus of the clans creating that wedge in the first place within the sphere. When they took that space and created that wedge, it was because they needed resources and other stuff, because they were sitting outside the whole outside in the periphery, and it was and the periphery was very sparse. I mean, Kerensky's exodus showed precisely just how devastating it was out there. To be in the periphery with no star charts or anything to help navigate. We get an admission. Let's see here. Nothing on the pervasive character of clan civilian democracy. Imagine voting not just for distant government leaders, but also for your managers at work. No clarification that the clan caste system has fluidity due to retesting. Obviously, there are a lot of people who hate all this stuff because, well, it looks like communism, and many people hate communism. And in some books, we're straight up told that clan society is a variation of Maoism, but not going into details and resting on implication that it's all bad. That's dirty. Number 6. I have to tackle a passing reference because it's so egregious. Victor Steiner Davian was in no way a good person. He was an ultra-elitist who believed that ordinary people were barely sentient. Those exact words showed up in Michael Stackpole's Ghost War, a novel that Voice of Iron probably hasn't read, but the attitude dripped off him in every scene, and spent much of his later years writing apologetics for genocide. Not very good, as in his notorious account of the Reunification War. In this, he's perhaps just typical of the inner sphere's aristocracy, but to present him as one of the good guys of the setting is beyond wrong. Yes, from what I understood, much like Warhammer, there are no real good guys in BattleTech. That's why I made the reference to Yes Minister. That clip in Yes Minister when they said that that politics oh crap, now I forgot the phrase again, but it's politics is about surviving into the next century, politicians is about surviving the next week type of thing. I got the whole thing wrong. I know I got the whole thing wrong. But if you saw the clip, you see where I hope you saw where I was going with in terms of the attitudes of some of these guys. When it came to the political side, they with the first succession where it was a power vacuum. It was a power vacuum because Terra completely collapsed. Kerensky ran off. And now and then Kurita comes out and he says that he's the Lord of the Galaxy, and then everybody else has started saying, no, I'm the Lord of the Galaxy. And soon we had Game of Thrones, the War of Five Kings, fighting for the Iron Planet called Earth. and on the political side, many of them just want to try and survive into the next century because the everything's going hell in a handbasket. Let's see. Number 7. Voice of Iron rather tellingly doesn't mention the periphery, and to be blunt, that's because he knows there's no case for them being just as bad as the Inner Sphere. Sub A, the magistracy of Canopus is. Does that contain actual Canopus in that planet? They must be high. Extremely not bad, quote unquote. They're a libertarian hellscape like the Inner Sphere, but they're a well-run and peace-loving libertarian hellscape. So, if there was nothing better, they'd probably be good guys by default. Subsection B, the Taurian Concordat, Caloran Protectorate, and the Outworlds Alliance were far more decent societies than what you get under the House Lords, with extensive civil and political rights for their citizens and a demonstrated commitment to diplomatic resolution of disputes and peaceful development. They weren't perfect, and all three had their troubles and shortcomings. The Alliance in particular has been ravaged by Inner Sphere attacks, and life could be very hard there, while the Concordat would eventually collapse into dictatorship. But unlike the Inner Sphere, they don't have an encyclopedia of atrocities to explain away. And sub C. The Rimworld's Republic was a decent country before the Terran hegemony staged a coup and put their murderers, Amara's lackeys, in charge. In the few years between the final ouster of the Amara's government and House Steiner destroying the Republic were characterized by truly selfless heroism. The Democratic Rim provincial government sent its best and brightest to fight for the freedom of the hegemony, comparable to Algerians fighting to liberate France or Irish fighting for English freedom, and they freed the Terrans at the price of their own country. I really appreciate the clarifications here. See, because the way that I understood it from Kerensky's Exodus, that none of the houses are good people to begin with. They have nukes and they have no problem tossing the nukes around, and that the people in the periphery were under the impression that I got was that those who moved out into the periphery. Every person that left for the periphery and started establishing, these outer worlds, they wanted nothing to do with the dictatorships of the five houses, and they wanted to run their own little governments. I was gonna say countries, but they wanted to run their own governments the way that they see fit, of their own free will. The key factor is free will. That's the key factor here. It's free will, and that's what the periphery contains. That's the impression I'm getting, is that the periphery is where the free will people are at. The ones who are not willing to, bend the knee to five fanatics who think that they're the lords of the galaxy and just want to live in peace. Again, they want to survive into the next century. They just want to survive into the next century with nobody messing with them and such, and they just want to mind their business and just live out their lives without these five maniac lords harping over them. But of course, it doesn't work like that, because of course they will go out there, and of course we've also seen those who were on the outside make their way in and slip a little here and there. So it's not like Jason said, it's not perfect. I'm sorry, Dirk the First. Sorry, like Dirk the First said, they're not perfect out in the periphery, but by comparison, they and he's absolutely right. They don't contain a laundry list of atrocities that they try to justify at every turn. yeah, much like Warhammer, BattleTech is a franchise full of a-holes, and we're not really supposed to root for them, you know what I'm saying? But we are supposed to emulate a war game with them, you know what I'm saying? It's the war game part because that's where the key factor is. They're both games. They're tabletop games. They're both war games, and war games. The ideology within the faction is my country right or wrong type of thing. But that's not the but that's not but it's just flavor. You know what I'm saying? It's just game flavor. It's not supposed to make a point. It's not supposed to be profound. It's just supposed to give flavor for the players to enjoy. And for those who want to be fans and they want to expand on the lore and such, that's why the books exist, just to add more, uh, um, widen, not add more, but widen the franchise experience. You know, basically uh, trying to distill a tabletop game to some kind of philosophical thing. Well, it is fun and maybe good exercise for the brain. At the end of the day, if one is not careful, could miss the whole point of BattleTech, and that is the war game part. You take your pieces, you put them on a board, and you blow each other up. And then you use the backstories and ideologies to add flavor to the gameplay and poke fun at your opponent, saying, "How's Davian just blew up your mech? Oh yeah, well I'm just gonna drop this nuke and that's game over." Finally, from Breaking the Lore Research, Vicryl65 wrote, in 40K, Rogue Trader First Edition has substantially different lore than Third Edition on. I don't think I've looked at Second Edition to see the bridge. Also, haven't looked at anything since 7th, 8th Edition. Rogue Trader has a homemade system submitted by an employee to Games Workshop. When they started talking about making a game for some sci-fi minis they were already selling, I guess that Second Edition hammered out the storyline players are now familiar with. Originally, Space Marines weren't pure human experiments. You could have half-breed human and Eldar Marines in Rogue Trader. There are other concepts that don't fall into the storyline that followed its release. Rewriting lore in most editions of 40K is made simpler in that the timeline never advanced, thus makes each edition feel like a rough draft lore-wise, to me at this point anyway. Existing players want to keep what got us into the game. If you have non-players demanding changes before they'll buy, better stick with those already buying. Why alienate current customers to appease theoretical customers? If every edition is a retcon, then there's no reason to create lore. Personally, I preferred the ambiguous third edition fluff. Every codex had bits and pieces of various stories, enough to give you an impression of what is going on, but nothing concise. I read a number of the Horus Heresy novels, not my thing. I preferred the murky history and rumor of the codex. Fluff pieces and shorts, Black Library novels were still fun reads. Beer and pretzel sci-fi, as one BattleTech author called his own writings. Enjoy the hobby in the best way suited to your taste, whether that's reading, painting, or gaming. Well, thank you, Vicryl. Thank you very much. Because I am enjoying a lot of this. BattleTech and Warhammer. Let me address the part here. If you have non-players demanding changes before they'll buy, better stick with those already buying. Why alienate current customers to appease the theoretical customers? So here's the thing, because I did again Arbiter Ian research on Arbiter Ian's 9 editions, going through the 9 editions. Here's the thing. Because Warhammer is 30 years old. It's 30 years old, so and so is other games like Magic the Gathering and so on. There's a lot of games that are 30 years old, and there's video games that have hit 40 and 45, like Pac-Man and Mario. But here's the thing: when you have a franchise running for a very, very long time at this point, uh, you get there will be a fundamental change in demographics. The group of people who played 30 years ago are 30 years older now. If they were 20 years old when they played Warhammer, they're 50 years old now. If they were 10 years old when they started playing Warhammer, they're 40 years old now. And people age and people change over time. Who they were 30 years ago are not the same people they are now. They may still have their habits and they may still have habits and such, but their perspectives of the world changes, and the world also changes as well. Technology marches on. I'll give you a good example, and that is The Simpsons. Because The Simpsons, they chose to keep them young, forever young, rather than aging. At this point, Marge and Homer should be in wheelchairs, or rollators at this point, while Bart and Lisa have children who should be 15 years old at this point. But no, they kept them young, forever young. And the thing is that because times have changed, if I recall correctly, just recently they retconned The Simpsons again and pushed the years of Homer and Marge's meeting into the 90s, as opposed to like around the 60s or 70s. The 60s and 70s. Then they pushed the years again, setting it in the 80s that Marge and Homer meet. Now they pushed it up into the 90s, from what I understand, the most recent change. And the reason why is because technology marches on. You can't keep things stuck in the time period it started in. That means 1990. You know what I'm saying? You can't keep The Simpsons stuck at 1990. People were not the people who are most likely watching now were not alive in the 90s. They wouldn't understand the flat top and all the references that comes out in the 90s. They probably wouldn't even get a Bill Clinton joke or a Bob Dole joke at all. And sometimes you have to be able to do so. But the thing is that you got to do it with a scalpel. You know what I'm saying? Precision. If you're going to do the retconning and try to update it and make it modernized, you got to use a scalpel. And you do have to pay attention to the quote unquote theoretical, the theoretical customers. Is that how you said that? Theoretical customers? Yes, theoretical customers. You have to be able to pay attention to the theoretical customers, because you gotta account to who they are, you know what I'm saying, and what their expectations are. It is good for fans, to try to hype them up and tell them, yeah, this is the way it plays out and everything and such, and get them hyped up. But look at well, take this into consideration. There's a whole new race, the Fotan, the Phaton. Sorry, I mispronounced that. Phaton, the dwarves. They're the latest faction. When was the last time a new faction was added in Warhammer? I'll have to research that. But the point I'm trying to make is that is that you gotta keep your stuff up to date as possible. And I'm gonna give you a damn good example, and that's Star Wars. The prequels. If you look at the prequels that George Lucas did, he did advance the technology just a little bit regarding the radar. The radar looked a little too high tech compared to what was compared to the technology that he had to work with in the 70s. Computer technology in the 70s, if you look at it, it looked like something straight out of an Amiga computer. And J.J. Abrams kept that in when he started doing the sequels, the sequel trilogy. Whereas the prequel trilogy, if you look at it, it's very state of the art looking. It didn't, like J.J. Abrams literally used that Amiga look on the spacecraft in his prequels, but meanwhile, George Lucas with the prequels with the prequel trilogy, he updated it. He updated it a bit. You know, that's the what I'm saying, because the technology in 1977 is gone by the time episode 1 was released. And and a lot has changed since 1977. Like, that was 20 years. A lot can change. A lot can change. And again, I'm not saying you take a retcon and you start pushing people away, or or throw the baby out with the bathwater. What I'm saying is that that to modernize, to keep things up to date with the current generation that you want to bring in, because Games Workshop should be bringing in a new generation. Saying the next generation of players. They're 30 years in. There's now a whole new set of 10 to 18-year-olds who might have interest, but if they see wording that dates back to 1990, they have no connection to the 90s. They have zero connection to the 90s, and what Games Workshop needed to do was use a precision scalpel. They didn't need to, complete and totally warp out the entire storyline and everything. They just need to do a precision scalpel so they can insert and incorporate the new information of the current generation with the old information, so that the new generation can have an entry point. You got to create an entry point, a new gate, if you will. A new gate, if you will. You probably might hear that phrase if you were to do research on theme parks, like say Disney theme parks. You'll probably hear people say they opened up a new gate. When they mean by a new gate, they mean that the it's a whole new theme park. It's an entirely new theme park, or and that's where the tickets would get sold at, the main gate, that particular main gate. When they're saying that they're opening up a new gate, they're saying that they're opening up an entirely new park, kind of thing. And that's what many franchises need to do. Saying they gotta open up a new gate, basically, if they want to bring in new people. But the gate should have a scalpel-like effect to be more precision, more precise. So that the newcomers can come in and not be lost. Saying they won't get lost to time. Saying you don't want your viewers, you don't want people to be lost to time. Be out of time, displaced from time. In other words, not be like Captain America. If you've seen the Captain America movie and he makes that phrase, I get that reference. Yeah, that's because he came from a time period that didn't have you get what I'm saying? Like, he's a man out of time. You don't want your newcomers to come in and be displaced from time. They're entering a whole different time period. What I'm saying? That's like going to a 50s themed restaurant and you're seeing and you see all the the themes from the 1950s. The jukebox and all that stuff. The soda floats, if you will. What I'm saying? And you see the old timey stuff. You don't want a new generation coming into that, because you don't know if the new generation most likely are not interested in the old stuff. They'll see that as old-timey stuff, old people stuff. And you don't want the younger generation, feeling like this is an old people's thing. You want them to feel like, oh, okay, this fits me. This fits me. And it lets them enter into that little gate. And then they get to see everything else. Then they'll see everything else. And if they like to see everything else, they'll branch out to that everything else, or else they'll just stay in that one little pocket area. And that's what I feel is missing big time with what's going on with the media. The media is going to the extremes in one direction or the other. They're not treating things with a scalpel. They're not taking into account of the changing of the fact that things have changed. You know, you know, my generation and the baby boomers, we're all getting up on age. The baby boomers are already, in their twilight years, and us Gen Xers are entering the midlife crisis era, where we want to dial back the clock and still think we're in our 20s and 30s. We're coming to that point, and so we remember things that none of the younger generations have experienced. So what I'm saying is simple enough, and going back to what I had pointed out originally. All right, when Warhammer came out, those 10 to 18-year-old players, as well as some of the 20-year-old wargaming players that love war games, those 20, 30, and 40-year-old war gamers, they've all aged 30 years. They've all aged 30 years, and the world changed exponentially in 30 years. And Games Workshop wants to bring in the younger generation, and they can't keep their editions locked into the past. They have to insert something, and throwing out the baby out of the bathwater is not a good idea. You got to do a scalpel, and a lot of the media has got to do the same thing. They can't just change. Throw the baby out with the bathwater because the older fans will want to come back for that because again the older generation they're locked into the past. What I'm saying? When they see that past, they got that crisis going on. Sometimes they'll have that midlife crisis. Sometimes they'll have the nostalgia bug, and they want to go through that experience one last time of what they had in their youth. And you don't want to block them out, but you don't want to block out the young. You gotta do a scalpel. You gotta do a scalpel where the young can see the elements of their generation within the product. And allow that to be the gate, the entryway into what the older generation loves about it, and that's all the other stuff. If you do it right, you can bring both generations together, the older generations and younger generations together in good harmony, and you have a dang good solid product. You have a very, very, very solid product, and can achieve a level of success. And I'm going to give you the perfect example, because this is not a recent thing. And I just want to let you know, this is not a recent thing, that this phenomenon happens. There's actually a good one that I can tell you that has happened pre-internet years. G.I. Joe. The original G.I. Joe was yay high and was more like, more doll-like, like Barbie. But they were designed, to be played as a war game. You do war with the as opposed to primping and dressing up. They were designed for you to literally splash them into mud and everything, and have them shoot guns and everything. This was, I believe, in the '60s, if I remember correctly. 20 years later, G.I. Joe comes out in the '80s with the cartoon show. This was what my generation got. When we were kids in the those of us who were born in the '70s and became kids in the '80s, we got G.I. Joe, but we didn't get the G.I. Joe that our fathers had. The G.I. Joe we had was based on the Star Wars styling. The Star Wars figurines, the toys, were yay high, about this high. You know what they look like. And they did the same with G.I. Joe. And a lot of the older generation G.I. Joe fans was like, that's not G.I. Joe. Oh no, that isn't G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe's this high. Yes, the same attitude that a lot of the nostalgia bug and fans had, say, no, that's not how it is. No, that's not how Ghostbusters is. No, that's not how Super Mario is. No, that's not how Sonic the Hedgehog is. No, that's not how XYZ is. Yeah, that happened with G.I. Joe, and there was no internet. That same exact bug. So this is not a new phenomenon. It's not a new phenomenon at all. Okay, it's not a new phenomenon. This whole thing. This is something that has been going on for ages, and it doesn't shock me, you know, with the way the attitudes have been happening, with these old franchises, these 40 and 50-year-old franchises that keep getting modernized today, and miss the mark for the most part, because while it's understandable you want the younger audience, you still have to remember you have the older audience, and their thought process is still locked into that past. Even though they have adapted to the present, you know, and they're prepared for the future, when they see something that comes from their past, not just so much their childhood, but even from their 20s, like if they see Jurassic Park when they were 20 years old, and now they're 40 years old, and they're sitting there and looking at the new Jurassic World and Dominion, they're like, when did they get feathers? When did dinosaurs get feathers? This ain't the Jurassic Park I seen. You will get that from 20 and 30-year-olds because they saw the dinosaurs as being lizard looking in the first Jurassic Park. They didn't see them with feathers or anything, you know. It's a perfectly normal thing that will always happen with franchise. It's perfectly normal. What's not normal is the overreaction from both sides. That renders really the fun lost. What makes things fun lost. You know, I'm not gonna go any further. You know, I've already did my tangent. I'm not gonna spend another 2 hours on this tangent, but I just want to let it be known that it has to be remembered that a lot of these franchises have achieved evergreen levels of sustainability, and you have to and they have to, in some way, shape, or form, adapt to the present day if they want a new audience. We can't live forever, guys. Okay. Whatever you're a fan of, if you're a Star Wars fan, you're talking 1977. That's 50 years ago. You are 50 years older now. You're not going to live another 50 years to enjoy Star Wars, okay? And they're not going to keep Star Wars at 1977 to make you happy. They got to adapt it for the new generation if they want the new generation. Transformers, okay, same thing. I mean, we didn't like the design. Many of us who enjoyed Transformers or Transformers fans didn't like the Michael Bay designs. But the thing is that Transformers came out in the 80s. We were 20. We came 20 years older. We hit our 30s and our 40s. You know, we entered our 30s and 40s. You know what I mean? You know, listen. Having that nostalgia heart is great and everything. You know, it's great to have the nostalgia heart. It's a wonderful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And we get to share that history with the younger fans and so on. But we cannot sit there and tell a company that they got to stay locked into the decade that franchise started in. They have to keep the franchise going in some capacity, and they have to make adjustments and adaptation and adapt. However, I do believe that it should be done with a scalpel when doing when updating a franchise to the present. I do believe it should be done with a scalpel, not with a hammer or a sledgehammer for that matter. That's the way I look at it with evergreen franchises. It should be done with a scalpel. Don't throw out an entire fan base for another fan base. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't even say that that it's a correction. There's nothing to correct. If the beginning was successful, you know, if the first the first thing in the franchise, whether it's the first movie, the first season, the first comic book, whatever it is that makes it successful, don't sit there and say you can correct it. You don't need to correct it. Just take a scalpel and make that minor adjustment so you could bring in the current generation and the new generation and let them share, and let the elders, share the experiences, and broaden their horizons. You know, this whole dismissiveness or name calling, it doesn't work. It's not good business. It's not a good business practice. Use a scalpel. Scalpel. Okay? Use a scalpel. All right. Thank goodness I'm stopping the tangent. I'm glad I didn't shift gears. Oh man, I'm glad I stayed on first gear. I was very worried. I thought I was gonna hit second and third gear and then go on a 2-hour tangent. So I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. Collect our thoughts and everything, and we're gonna get on with the research, anime research. We're gonna go into Ranma 1/2, an anime years ahead of its time from Banzai Pop, and Magic Knight Rayoth breaking genre from Tyranno. We're gonna give them both a try and see what they bring to the table with the lore of these two classic franchises. These two classic anime franchises, and then after that, we're going to do chapter 2 of Famicom Detective Club. Famicom Detective Club to close out the night. And again, this is I got to end as early as possible because I have to wake up early for a very long trip. So there we go. All right. So thanks again. One more time, big thanks to all my YouTube viewers, for providing me such a beautiful wealth of information, clarifications, and recommendations. You guys, really big help. You guys have been a really big help, and you guys have been making Warhammer, BattleTech, and even Skivity Toilet, the lesser extent. I'm just kidding. You guys been making all of it fun for me, and I'm hoping that that the fun that I'm having is also letting you guys have fun too, because we're here to have fun. We're here to have fun, and I'm just hoping one day I'll have the budget so I could buy some Warhammer figurines and BattleTech figurines, because I want to show it off. I want to do a live stream and show off the characters. All right, everybody. I'll see you all in 10 minutes with research, with tonight's research. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Let me just make sure my Magic Knight Rare's DVD boxes are set. Oh, I just refilled my one half. Oh my gosh. Spoiler. All right, we got research 2 tonight, anime themed, Magic Knight Ray Earth, and Rama one half. Let me make sure I have all my setup here. Make sure I'm all nice and set. Let's see here. Thanks for the follow, ME7 _ 778 on the kick side. Welcome to the channel. 778. There we go. Got a big list. Got a big list tonight. Let me hold on a second. Let me just fix this up here. There we go. Okay, that's how many I got on tonight. Awesome, awesome. Got a good little turnout. All right. Although I do have to. Oh, right. I gotta be over here. Gotta keep an eye on my YouTube chat. Someone will eventually pop up. Let's see here. Now let me just. Okay, I got the research up. Okay, get everything ready here. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm not gonna do my usual call sign. We're just gonna get right on into it. Just want to make sure that everything is in place. Let's research. Good, 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 good. All right. All right. YouTube's a little, yeah. The YouTube previewer is a little bit behind. That's right. I don't need that. I only need me. All right. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Should I do it? Oh my gosh. Should I get it out? Oh my gosh. Yes, I'm going to take it out. Sorry, guys. I am so sorry. I got to get this out. Oh man. It's buried. Ooh, I got a lot of stuff to move out. No, I got to get this. I have to get this. You're going to like it. I have to get this. It's for Magic Knight Ray Earth. I got to get it. Here, let me put on. I completely. Man, it didn't even occur to me. Here, let me put the music on. And I'll be back. You're going to like it. You're going to like it. Does this look familiar? Oh man. Oh man, and I gotta keep it in the plastic. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Where can I put this at? Can I put this right up here? No, I'll probably block it. I don't mind blocking that. Let me move this over here. Let's move this along here. Move along. Move along. There we go. Let me see if I can sit you up. There we go. I have to keep it in the plastic because, as you can see, it's nice and fresh. And there's no aging. For those of you who don't know, this is Arcana. Here we go. Let's see if I can lean it just a little bit back. There we go. All right. Shift that just a little bit. I don't want to have it block the box set too much. There we go. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Dang, I feel like bringing out all just bringing out all the stops, right? Pulling all the stops and just let me see if I got it. Let's see here. I know I have it, but I have to go through every single one, don't I? Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Okay, you know what? I'm overdoing it. Mokana is already is already enough as it is. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Let me shift this over. There we go, and move that to the side a bit more. There we go. Am I blocking? All right, I'm not blocking this off. Okay, I know it's a little on the low side. Let me see here. Do I have room? Here we go. Because I want to make this. This is the thing is that this is this particular research is very special for me. You know, and I got and I'll explain everything. But I just want to make sure I have the proper setup because clamp happens to be something extraordinarily significant with where I'm at today. But I need to show as much love as possible. I need to show as much love as possible for this. So let's move this over. So thank you for your patience. Thank you. Thank you. Damn, everybody left. That's all right. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it once everything's explained. Okay, here we go. Okay. It didn't even hit me in the head, and it's like, oh no, I'm missing out on something here. Okay. All right, so let's get on with the research. Okay, let's start off my anime research with talking about something that's very dear to the heart. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring everything out, the manga, the CDs, all the DVDs. We're here to talk about clamp. The significance of clamp. I cannot understate how much of a major influence Clamp's works have been on my writing prowess. Let me put it like this: if you were to look up Wikipedia for comedians, you'll see this little that little box on the right with the comedian's name, and it's gonna say what their career is, and then they'll say influence, and you'll see the names of comedians that influenced their work. Um, Clamp is the most, the single most important influence on my works. On my works. The Clamp is an all-female mangaka team consisting of Nanase Okawa, Mokena, Tsubaki Nikoi, and Satsuki Garashi. They're known not just only for having done Magic Knight Ray Earth, they've also done Card Captor Sakura, X, Tokyo Babylon, Clover, Chobits, Angelic Layer. Dang, that's a. I'm naming a lot, so let me not name every single one. They'll be crazy. Ski, a like story. They also did character designs for Coqui-san, and others as well. But what's so significant about Clamp, and I know many of you will sit there and say, well, I thought Sailor Moon was your influence. No, just to be very clear, Sailor Moon helped me understand anime storytelling. Because at the time, all of my experience with anime had always been with English language localization. Now, Sailor Moon was also localized as well. You know, it suffered a lot of butchering. But the thing is that a lot of the anime that got localized in America prior to Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z were treated as episodic, and many of them would just end completely. The original Dragon Ball itself was localized in English, and that didn't even last long. So I wasn't actually getting the anime experience. And the best anime experience I was able to get was from movies on the Sci-Fi Channel when they were airing when they were doing Saturday anime on the Sci-Fi Channel. Completely replaced my Saturday morning experience. Like, you know, I had become a teenager. I was like, Power Rangers is so dumb. I'm like laughing with my classmates when we see Power Rangers. We're just pointing and laughing at it, even though it came from Japan. You know, and the only Saturday morning cartoons I was only willing to watch was Nintendo and Sonic the Hedgehog, the Nintendo ones on NBC and Sonic the Hedgehog, and then those gone. So now there's no more. You know, now I'm like, you know, in my teens, in high school, those were gone. Now I'm grown up. And Saturday anime on Sci-Fi Channel happened, and so now I'm getting my anime experience because now I'm watching blood, gore, and Akira. But the thing is that and as I had pointed out, that anime, that the movie experience is just watching the same movies over and over again. And any anime that I was able to watch would get dropped out of syndication. So I wasn't getting the full experience until Sailor Moon happened. And Sailor Moon was the one that showed me what anime was capable of doing in terms of storytelling, because it wasn't episodic. You know, it was not episodic. I was very lucky that I had that in episode 1 I came in when she first met Luna and transformed, and not got spoiled from the beginning where they basically gave away the whole plot. You know, they gave away the whole plot to the story. You know, so I was very fortunate. So I was completely in the dark in terms of who was who and who was this and that and everything, and all the mystery and intrigue that was happening. You know, that was sheer luck, and that sold me on anime, and that what made me get more and more into anime. Like, I was trying to find anime, but at the time, you know, I didn't have. But at that time, you know, I didn't. I was still focused on video games until I had a job and I was able to buy anime and started. And the PS2 happened, you know, with the DVDs. So, you know, that's when I was able to start getting that. And one of those that I was able to get in the late '90s DVD, you know, the early days of DVD in the late '90s, early 2000s, was Magic Knight Ray Earth. Magic Knight Ray Earth was my entryway into Clamp. There was Card Captor Sakura, but they butchered it and called it Card Captors. But Magic Knight Rayer, in terms of DVDs, that was my first Clamp DVD. These were my first Clamp DVDs from my first DVDs of Clamp. So it was my first entryway, and I really enjoyed everything about Ray Earth. Season 2 was okay. You know what I mean? I mean, it was just to give a final conclusion. Considering the way season 1 ended, it was like, well, what more can they cover? And Clamp actually found a way to cover it, and it was pretty good. You know, and really expanded on the world, But what was great about that season 1 was how adventurous it was. It was a very unique take on isekai. This was before we even called it isekai. We called it the alternate world. You know, like we didn't have the coined term isekai, and it wasn't. And even though they qualify as magical girls, they weren't really magical girls in the traditional sense. This was like way before Madoka Magica happened, because in Madoka Magica we follow Madoka, but she never becomes a magic girl until the very 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 end, like the very very end. And the same thing happened here with Magic Knight Rayer. They didn't exactly started donning the magical girl transformation costumes until very very end of season 1. The emphasis on the storytelling and the characterizations was very fantastic, and it really had a great impression on me on how our three heroes, our three heroines, was handling the situation they were in, every aspect, every facet, how they interacted with the world, the characters. It was very, very, very inspiring. It was where certain works would be an inspiration specific to whatever it is that I'm writing. Clamp was the influence to everything I write. What was so very good about what Clamp wrote, is particularly with Magic Knight Rayearth, is this. When I was watching Sailor Moon, I knew that Sailor Moon's target was girls. When I watched Dragon Ball Z, I knew the target audience was boys. Magic Knight Rayearth did have a target audience of girls, but it also included boys. Boys could also watch along with it and not feel awkward or out of place or weirded out. It really did not come off like a shoujo, and it didn't, and it definitely wasn't a shonen. It was a fantasy story, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? It didn't lean into being something that would be exclusive to girls, and as a boy you would sit there and be like, I'm watching my sister's stuff, you know what I'm saying? You didn't get that from Magic Knight Rayearth. You were really watching an overall fantasy story, sort of like if you were to read or watch Lord of the Rings. You notice that it's all men primarily, right? But it didn't make females, girls and women, feel out of place when they watch the Lord of the Rings. It was a fantasy journey, and everyone was in for it. That's what Clamp did with Magic Knight Rayearth. Even though the party is all girls, it didn't feel like there's a barrier of entry. You know what I'm saying? That there was a gate locked. It was an adventure that everyone could watch. It didn't matter who you were or what gender you were. It was really designed for the fantasy fan. If you were a fan of fantasy, it didn't matter who you were. This story was for you, and that's what. And that, because of the fact they were female protagonists, did provide me a major influence on how to write females. One of the hardest things a lot of us men have when it comes to writing characters is particularly females, because we do not have the female experience. We don't know what it's like to be a female. And so a lot of the times, females heroes are usually depicted, even though they'll be shown as being feminine, they still has a little hint of masculinity behind it. Little hints of masculinity. I will give you a good example of one, and that is Ellen Ripley from Alien. There was a lot of femininity in her, but there was also a hint of masculinity in her using weapons and outsmarting the alien, uh, and such. But her outwitting the alien was of a masculine context, not of a female context, a feminine context, but from a masculine context. When she approached the alien queen in the sequel with that giant mech, she spoke like in a masculine manner, the cursing. Stay away from her, you bitch. You know what I'm saying? That is something that a masculine that is a line of a masculine person, not one of a feminine femininity. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of female characters that get written by men tend to have a hint of masculinity in them, because we don't know exactly how femininity works. What Clamp had done was that they were able to do femininity without the sense of masculinity. You know what I'm saying? Without the hints of masculinity, because they're all females, but they did not make the femininity alien or gated from the male audience. We are following 3 teenage girls. They're acting and behaving like teenage girls, but it's not done in a manner where the boys and any male that watches it, any male fan of fantasy, high fantasy, magic fantasy, would watch this. They will not, there would be no sense of weirdness or uncomfortableness, because the female protagonists are all girls. The 3 protagonists are all girls. We're watching, 3 people caught up in a whimsical world, in a very dangerous world, and put on a task. In order to get home, they have to fulfill that task. And we get to see, and we do get to see the femininity and such, because they're teenagers and they're growing. It's a coming of age story, but it doesn't come off weird. It doesn't come off out of place. It doesn't come off alienating or exclusionary. Everybody who's a fan of fantasy will watch actual character growth in the context of characters, people being people. It is from this that helped me be able to write female characters and create female characters and be able to tell stories of female characters without without falling into the trappings of putting in hints of masculinity, putting hints of masculinity into the female character. The female characters do feel like female characters, but not in a manner that would alienate one gender or the other. That's what Clamp showed in their work to me, from my point of view. And since then, I've been reading. I did as much as I could to read as many Clamp books, watch as many Clamp anime as possible. Looked at the designs, how the characters interact, because the key factors is how they interact with each other. The interaction was the key feature. Saying whether it's fun, dramatic, poignant, simple conversation, and so on. I didn't see. All I saw was people in their characters. Saying, if you were to, let me put it like this: if you were to watch Sailor Moon, you can really see that it's really about the female audience, because the things that that Usagi and her friends do are everyday girl things. Combing hair, trying out clothes, talking about boys. Saying girl topics, girl subjects. You know what I'm saying? Now those do exist in Magic Knight Radio. Well, not the hair combing and all that stuff, but I'm talking about like the conversations they have is feminine, but not in the the standardized girl talk that goes on amongst girls. You know what I'm saying? The things that a girl would say to another girl that they would never say to a boy, kind of thing. You see what I'm saying? And that's what Clamp did. Clamp was able to do that with a lot of their works regarding females. They were able to have girl conversations that were not lost. That would not trap itself in the stereotypes of the girl that would make the male audience sit there and say, well, this isn't for me. This is definitely for girls. Say you watch Sailor Moon, you say, yeah, the conversations they're having, this is all definitely for girls. But if you watch Magic Knight Ray Earth, you don't say that. You don't find yourself saying that. You're saying, okay, where are they going to next? What's their next task? Who's their next opponent? Who's doing what X, Y, and Z. And many Clamp stories are like that too, with regards to female characters and such. You're not caught in what would be a private girl conversation. You're not given a window to a private girl conversation. Sailor Moon does that. It gives you a window into what two girls having a private conversation would have. But Clamp, they didn't do that. And as a male like me, that's actually pretty. I felt that was pretty important because that helped me better understand how I could be able to write female characters without unintentionally offending female readers and female fans. And Clamp is not perfect. They got Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicles was a very weird story, but not all of their works were perfect. But the point I'm trying to make, the Jagleya manga, the reason the mother abandoned her daughter was too weird. Was such a weird excuse. But the point I'm trying to make is, that their female characters doesn't alienate everybody. You see regular people doing regular things, and and trying to do extraordinary things in an extraordinary circumstance, and that's why this is why Clamp means very, very much to me as a major influence in terms of writing, in terms of writing, and I gotta say, Clamp was the best thing I came across. I have no idea what my writings would look like if I did not have the exposure I had to Clamp. And I was very happy that Tokyo Pop, they were the ones who were releasing manga back in the late 90s, early 2000s. Thanks to Tokyo Pop, they brought out, Cardcaptor Sakura, Magic Knight Rayer, Ski, Angelic Layer, Tokyo Babylon, and so on. And even though the translations were not spectacular, I was still able to, get a good foothold of what Clamp was writing and telling in their story and in their character panels, in addition to all the anime that I watched of them. And like I said, I couldn't really bring out all of the Clamp anime that I got so far, or the manga. I mean, they'll be piled high, like it'll be ridiculous. As you could see, I do have the Mocha doll, so I think that tells you everything you need to know how much Clamp means to me. Really does mean to me. And yeah, if you ever read any of my stories, you can truly see, whether it's The Impossible Man or Trucker no Bouken, or even if you want to see if you read Carlo Magi at FICTIONAUT, if you want to read any of that, I hope that the influence and the stuff that I learned from them really did, really shows that they had an influence on what I wrote, especially with the female characters. I hope that it really shines, because Clamp definitely has everything to do with their influence. Their works definitely has everything to do with what's going on with a lot of my works. And Yeah, if you're wondering why I have a lot of female characters, it's because of Clamp. If you're wondering why, if you're noticing that I got a lot of female characters written, it's because of Clamp. It's because of Clamp. So we're gonna check out this video. We're gonna research this video from Tyranno, Magic Knight, Rayearth, Breaking Genre. A good 15-minute video. We're gonna see just how good this is. It got a good 13,000 viewers. This is a 4-year-old video. So we're gonna see Tyranno's documentary on Magic Knight Rayearth and see precisely how it broke the genre, because that's not a lie. Saying that that it was breaking genres is not a lie. Tyranno's not wrong. All right, so let us begin the research. Be sure to get your notes ready, everybody, for my post-research thoughts.
I have conflicting feelings on Magic Knight Rayearth. On the one hand, it's a fun enough fantasy adventure with a vibrant aesthetic, an endearing cast, and strong themes of love, guilt, and to some extent trauma. On the other hand, I've seen it described as magical girl fare, or at least existing adjacent to that canon, and I'm not quite sure that label is entirely accurate for this particular narrative. Is Magic Knight Rayearth Maho Shoujo? It's certainly hashtag not like other magical girls. I can't believe I just wrote that. That's for sure. And you can certainly make good arguments either way, so let's do that. First, we're going to go over magical girl fare in general.
Okay.
What are the core principles that make a story Maho Shoujo? Then, we're going to examine how those principles do and do not apply to Magic Knight Rayearth. From there, we may be able to draw some conclusion about whether or not Rayearth does indeed fall within that genre, but regardless of that conclusion from all that discussion, hopefully, we'll be able to further elucidate the values of magical girls. Intro done. Let's get to it.
Yeah, it's a fantasy with magical girl elements. The reason why people say that it's magical girls because they transform, but in season 1 they don't really do the transformation until the end, and in season 2 they do the transformation. But the thing is that they don't do it every single episode like Sailor Moon does, and Tokyo Mew Mew does, and other magic girl formulas. It doesn't really follow the formula. This is really just a isekai fantasy with a sword and sorcery fantasy type of thing. That's the whole entire central crux of the story. It just happened to have a magical girl element to it because of the tropes that get used in it, but it's not even used to great effect or to a commonality like Sailor Moon and others do. So it's gonna be interesting hearing what Tyranno has to say. Explain about magical girl as a genre, and then see where he goes from there with the series itself proper.
First, what makes magical girl shows what they are? To be clear, I'm not talking any aesthetic or narrative elements here, and for every air quotes rule I'm about to lay out, you could probably find an exception. After all, rules are meant to be broken. But still, I've spent a few years now inhaling this stuff, and while I'm certainly not the greatest authority on the subject, I do at least have a pretty good idea of the broad themes and ideals these shows tend to embody. You've got hope as an omniscient force, the drive to never give up. You've got main characters who always trust and believe in the goodness of others. You've got the overriding power of friendship and love. Lastly, this is going to be the tricky one, violence as a last resort. Never first. We're not gonna linger
not
on
unlike
both of these
shonen.
points too much, them being fairly self-explanatory and broadly applicable. Like, you could just point to any given magical girl show and those points apply. For instance, see Hokuto Precure for Hope, Sailor Moon R, the movie for the goodness of others, literally every show ever for friendship, etc. But I do want to spend at least a little time elaborating on the magical girl's relationship with violence, because violence has inarguably become a part of the genre. It was not always, and it does not have to be. In shows like Ojamajo Doremi and Fushigi Maho Fun Fun Pharmacy, magic is more a nebulous force, meant to facilitate the growth of the primary cast, and is never used for either violent delights or violent ends.
Now, just keep in mind, take a look at the ones that he's pointing out. Look at their age. The reason why there's no violence in those is because they're for younger girls. They're for little girls. And you don't want to show the level of violence of Sailor Moon to little girls. Sailor Moon is more for older girls and young teenagers, teenage girls. That's the target demographic. It's very important to make the. I noticed that he's not making that the distinction of demographics. Let me put it like this: when Pretty Cure came out, the very first Futari wa Pretty Cure, Nagisa wore a her magical girl outfit was a midriff. You know, she basically wore a midriff top with shorts and a skirt around it. People got pissed off in Japan. From what I heard, they got pissed off that she had her belly open, you know, belly exposed in that magical costume of hers. So in season 2, they covered it. They covered that out. So if that got them antsied out, and mind you, that's for, you know, that was for the older girl audiences, you know, for the teenage girl audiences. If that wigged out the adults, then imagine if a show like this, like Magical Doremi, that targeting little girls had the level of violence, had any level of violence, any type of violence that you saw in say Nanoha and Sailor Moon, there would have been crazy outrage over it in across the board. It would have been crazy outrage. So it's very important to make that distinction regarding the magical girl genre, that, you know, that there are specific target demographics. And less we speak of magical girl specs Asuka, the better.
Back even further in time, in the progenitor Maho Shoujo show Sally the Witch, magic was more or less used for fun hijinks, at most slapstick, framed as more wacky than anything. But magical girls are not 100% sugar, spice, and everything nice. Sometimes they just gotta kick butt. Your Sailor Moons and your Pretty Cures regularly see your magical girls engaging in chaotic brawls with monsters of the week with varying levels of physicality. Yep. What's key here is that the magical girl will never jump to fighting as the first option. Usually they'll be attacked first and fight back in self-defense.
True.
Or are engaging against some nebulous non-human force that threatens destruction should they do nothing. And even while fighting, they'll be making speeches about...
Hold on, because he just showed that.
Fight
he just
back
showed
in
that.
Self-defense,
Hold on.
or are engaging...
This is Nagisa. This is Futari wa Pretty Cure.
Some nebulous...
You see that she's dang, sorry. Because I want to show you. I want to show you who I was talking about. This is her. For those of you who don't know, this is Futari wa Pretty Cure. This is Nagisa, and you can see that's what her outfit looks like. And people, Japan parents got pissed off because that was showing. her belly button was showing. They did get pissed off, and in season 2 they covered that up. So that's so there we go. Precisely what I'm talking about. What I was talking about. So again, if Magical Doremi or any magical girl that had the little girls as the target audience had any level of violence, any type of violence, yeah, it would have been met with outrage. If that outraged the parents, it would have been good if Toronto had made that specific little distinction to make sure that's very clear, because he is emphasizing violence, and he's absolutely right. Violence is a key factor to Mahou Shoujo, to the Mahou Shoujo genre, and there are very and demographics is a key factor as to how much violence gets shown in Mahou Shoujo. You know,
it's non-human force that threatens destruction should they do nothing. And even while fighting, they'll be making speeches about love and kindness, always trying to talk down their opponents and end conflict non-violently. Again, if you want to go find exceptions, you sure as shit can. But in general, that is what tends to occur. And against who and how is that violence applied when applicable? You've got your mindless monsters of the week, which, importantly, are rarely framed as people. At most, they'll be manifestations of an insecurity in someone's heart or something to that effect, but they're still just mindless, transient things that the characters need feel no moral qualm about beating up and then magicking away into sparkly nothingness. Whenever a fellow human does get involved in a weekly brawl, whether
that's
they
when the
be
talk
an
no jutsu
unlucky
begins.
passerby or baddie, it's always cause for hesitation and restraint because the magical girl is out there to protect people, not hurt them.
That's
Even
true.
when we get to the big bads, who could be anything from tragic, misguided, yet very human figures to manifestations of vague existential concepts, the goal is rarely outright defeat, but reconciliation. See the girls of Sweet Precure hugging the incarnation of sorrow. But not every magical girl outing ends with an "and they all lived happily ever after." The first season of Sailor Moon had things go all like, "and then everyone died," in its absolute gnarliest episode. Sure, most everyone got revived at the end, but the big bads Beryl and Natalia sure didn't. But at least no one cried so much as crocodile tears over them, as they were pretty unambiguously evil, their defeat in service of the greater good. Natalia is even described as being and Usagi didn't even kill her so much as blast her away with healing magic. And shit, you don't even need to be a bad guy or fighting one to get killed, just ask Mikimomo. But at least her death wasn't an intentional, malicious act. At least in some sense, she got to live on and do some good. This is all to say that while the magical girl canon is no stranger to violence and death, with the exception of some trash outliers, it's never to a gratuitous or malicious degree, always implemented in service of greater ideas of hope and goodness. With all that laid out, we can finally circle back around to Magic Knight Rayearth. Given what we've laid out about Mahou Shoujo so far, how does Rayearth fit into that mold? You've probably already guessed, based on the premise of this video, that it does not do so perfectly. Don't get me wrong, in some ways it's spot on. It's big on friendship, of course, with the three main characters, Hikaru, Fu, and Umi, growing inseparable as they overcome incredible challenges together.
They're the best friends I've ever had.
You played the
in
English.
Each other and their allies carries them through so many situations. They even engage in the classic bit of believing in the inherent goodness of their enemies so much that they make friends out of them. Not only do they break through Lagarga's brainwashing to make an ally of him, but they manage to win over Caldina and the unfortunately named Ascot simply by talking to and really getting to know them, along with some magic fights, of course. This is all to say that despite the main thrust of Magic Knight Rayearth's first season being a straightforward fantasy save the princess adventure, in all the core idealistic ways that matter, Hikaru, Fu, and Umi all fit the mold of the magical girl. In every way except one. And it's a big one. If magical girls are all about the power of love and protecting and believing in the goodness of others, then the Rayearth train follows that track until the finale of the first season, where it switches and heads down a different track. For context, the goal that the girls have been striving toward throughout the whole first season has been,
"This is Saphiro. You were summoned here by Princess Emerald to become the Magic Knights and save this world. Only the Magic Knights can save Saphiro. You three are the Magic Knights."
The Magic Knights! I'll do my best to become a
gosh,
Magic
that
Knight
English.
and save Saphiro.
That English.
Unless you become the Magic Knights and save Saphiro, the three of you can never again return to your world.
Yep,
It was
that's the
Princess's
penalty.
prayer that brought you here. It is her wish that you save the world of Saphiro. And in order for you to do that, you must first become the legendary Magic Knights and revive the Rune God.
Become the Magic Knights as soon as you can and save Saphiro!
3 junior high.
That's all it was about, becoming the Magic Knights. Yeah, it was a very simple paint by numbers adventure, you know. The thing is that it was just a fantasy adventure with magical girl elements. Basically, that's the big flip there, you know. That's the big flip. Most magical girl is primarily urban fantasy, but here this is high fantasy with magical girl elements. That's what sets it apart. Sets itself apart from everything magical girl. That's the, but saying it's not. Like he said, it's not really Magic Girl at its purest form. It just has the elements of it. To say that it's one of the best magical girls, and put it in line with Sailor Moon, or Pretty Cure, or Nanaha, and so on, is a misnomer. I hope I'm using that word correctly. I'm probably not using that word correctly. No, I'm not using that word correctly, am I? Well, either way, it is a misnomer because one, it's an isekai. Two, it's high fantasy, and then three, it's magical girl. So it's really a mixture of a lot of elements. But the key things is that they don't transform until the very end. And then you don't get that until more of that until season 2, and then even in season 2, it's not a monster of the week type of situation. It's a very, very serialized plot. Everything keeps following along, but they don't transform every single episode.
Schoolgirls have been summoned by Princess Emerald to become the Magic Knights and save an alternate world called Sephiroth.
We've got to revive the Room God and save this world, Sephiroth.
We cannot go back to Tokyo until we finally save Sephiroth.
My prime objective is to defeat High Priest Zagato.
So we can return to Tokyo
This
any day now.
this supercut is hilarious.
Does not sound correct, Miss Umi. We first have to rescue Princess Emerald, then we must save Sephiroth.
Yeah, this show got quite repetitive in its expository dialogue. Anyway, so the girls go through their whole fantasy adventure with that one goal. Along the way, they get special armor and weapons, which is sweet.
And they
then
always
get
wear
their own mechs, which is even sweeter. And then it's time to face down the big bad Zagato. After a protracted fight, the girls
Sorry
defeat
guys,
him,
spoilers.
permanently, which may be a bit extreme, but he was the primary threat to the existence of the world, so shikatakanai. So they did it, right? They saved the princess, and the world is saved. Well, oops. Turns out Princess Emerald was in league with Zagato the whole time. The stability of the world was threatened not because Zagato was an evil man who cast some wicked spell, but because Emerald, who held the sacred role of the Pillar of Sephiroth, fell in love with Zagato. It's the Pillar's duty to devote their life to praying for the stability and harmony of Sephiroth, and if anything should interfere with that, then the whole world could collapse.
Yep.
And something did interfere. Normal, innocent love. Merely by falling in love, Emerald and Zagato threatened the existence of Sephiroth. So the Magic Knights went and fucking murdered them for it. I'll say it again. Our protagonists, existing within the realm of a genre that celebrates love by having selfless heroes protect people, straight up murder two human beings for the crime of being in love. They murdered them. Just straight up murder. Like, sure, they didn't
Epic.
want to, but they believed that they had no choice and went through with it. Ugh. Okay, so why does it matter that Ray Earth's first season ends with straight-up murder, and what does that mean through the lens of Mahou Shoujo? After all, as we've already established, the magical girl is no stranger to death, but you've got to consider the contexts of those deaths. Sailor Moon's Metalia wasn't even human, just an incomprehensible, malevolent force blown away by, and I cannot stress this enough, healing magic.
Yeah.
Main characters in Madoka Magica
Yep.
die, sure, but they're brought back both through time travel shenanigans and through the main character becoming a god and saving their souls because they were right to believe in what they believed in, those magical girl ideals.
If someone ever tells
Yep.
me it's a mistake to have hope, well then, I'll just tell them they're wrong, and I'll keep telling them till they believe. No matter how many times it takes.
But in the case of Ray Earth,
Yeah.
it could be said that Emerald and Zagato were killed for embodying some of those ideals.
Yes.
For believing in the power of love above all else. The very world they lived in was held up by a system that forbade their love, casting it as a selfish, evil thing. And That's pretty messed up, man. The ending to the first season isn't antithetical to Maho Shoujo because,
Thank
oh
goodness.
no, they
I was
killed
gonna
them
say.
and that's bad, but because the people that were killed were people that any other magical girl would be sworn to protect or find a way to save. Now, for the sake of
Now, before we continue on, just make it clear, this is not a deconstruction of the magical girl. Madoka Magico is a deconstruction of the magical girl. This was not a deconstruction. This was a strange circumstance that happened because, like he said, and he's right. You know, magical girls will try and find a way. They would have tried to find a way to make make the love work and everything, but they didn't because they're human beings. You know, they're not perfect. And they had to make a decision because an entire world of God knows how many millions of people, if not billions of people living on Sephiroth, were all going to be annihilated into oblivion because of what the two were doing in the name of love, of their love. You know, and that wasn't. It was not an easy decision. And let's put this in perspective here. These are still underage girls. They are teenage girls. You know, and they were asked to kill, you know, what is essentially two people, like he said, that were caught in a circumstance that the rules were not in their favor to be able to embrace their love, but the rule breaking that they were doing was going to destroy billions of lives. And these three girls were tasked to basically take a life, and that's not easy. As you see, the three of them, it was very very hard for them. You know, they're hugging each other because they realized that they took a life. You know, it took the basically their innocence was taken away, but that is not by any means a deconstruction of the magical girl genre in any bit. This is definitely one of this was definitely a mature fantasy. There we go. A very more mature approach to fantasy, like any other fantasy.
thoroughness, it is worth mentioning that the show's second season, though beyond the scope of this video, does go some way toward addressing, you know, all of that.
Yes. Season 2 does.
We have to go back.
I want to go back.
We have to go back.
Hikaru, Umi, and Fu do have to try to reconcile with the trauma they endured, and one of their main goals is to change the broken pillar system that brought so much suffering. But it's important to note that the damage is never undone. The dead stay dead.
Yes.
And more will die along the way.
No
now,
reincarnation
please don't
here.
take any of this as me saying that Magic Knight Ray Earth is a bad show, because it's not.
No,
Examined
it's great.
through any other lens, it's a straightforward fantasy adventure that's perfectly splendid with a very memeable dub.
Don't you care about the fate of Sephiroth?
And let's not.
I had to pause on that because that was funny how they did the meme. No, how you say? It is very good. It is very good because it really did challenge. Clamp legitimately challenged the viewers, the manga readers, regarding what was done, and the second season legitimately did address the consequences of what had happened, and that's why I say it was very good. This is one of those rare instances where it could have been easy to sit there and say after season 1, where do you go from here? Because a lot of I'll give you a good example. Men in Black 1. In Men in Black 1, everything got resolved. They wanted to do a sequel. Now, again, the easy way to do the sequel is with Agent L and Agent J. But the executives wanted Tommy Lee Jones because he was a box office draw at that time, along with Will Smith, you know, and they wanted to do the back. So instead of continuing the adventure with J and L, they decided to undo everything that was K's resolution. K's part of the story was done. K should not have been returned. And so here it's the question is, where do you go from here? How do you continue on after what happened in season 1? Well, they found the way. And it made a lot of sense. and it worked all the way to the end. It worked all the way to the end, and yeah, I like that they kept the adventure simple, just a simple save the world, save the princess story, travel from point A to point B. Sometimes it's good to keep it simple like that. If you could, if your characters are solid, are very solid, the villain's motives are nice and clear, and everything makes sense. You could be able to do a very, very simple paint by numbers save the princess journey, so long as you have interesting characters, interesting villains, and a very interesting thing. You don't need to spin the plot. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to spin the plot or anything. But they spun it here. They spun it here.
Girls kicking ass with swords? Yes, please, and thank you. As a fantasy, the tragic twist ending works to challenge the girl's convictions and commitment to the greater good, to do what's best for the most people, no matter how wrong it seems or how much it hurts. But again, that's not the lens we're employing here. We're looking at it through the lens of the magical girl, not as a means of qualitative judgment, but rather as a means of highlighting those same values we've been prattling on about. As to the question of whether or not Magic Knight Rayearth counts as Mahou Shoujo is really not the question we need to be asking here, because it certainly exists within that pantheon. Rather, what we need to be asking ourselves is, what does Rayearth's deviations from the genre say about the values of the magical girl? To me, cliche as it may sound, the magical girl represents the best of us. Believing in people, standing up to injustice, overcoming differences, resolving conflict with the hope for a better tomorrow, protecting everyone and protecting love, all that jazz. The magical girl fights for peace and harmony, and in so doing, both embodies those values and shows that they're worth fighting for, that they can and should be pursued. I go to magical girls in part because I want to see those values fought for and held up as good and worth protecting, as being able to be upheld even through the most dire, world-ending calamities, instilling a sense that our world can and will get better, even through its most bleak moments. The girls of Magic Knight Rayearth don't do that. Instead, they're just complicit in an unjust system that punishes love and hope. But by doing just that, Magic Knight Rayearth serves as a reminder for why I find so much comfort in the Mahou Shoujo that I know. Finding hope, even in the most dire of situations, preserving love, and protecting even those who can't help themselves. So while it hurts that the girls of Magic Knight Rayearth couldn't do that, and very intentionally so, I at least know that the will of the Mahou Shoujo is not broken. Other magical girls will uphold those values, and so can we. Thanks for sitting through my ramblings about a magic fantasy cartoon show. I imagine this is among the spicier of the takes I've put out into the world, so feel free to drop by the comments and let me know what you thought. Star Twinkle Precure is up soon, so stay tuned for that. Once again, shout out to Kai for some feedback on the script. And that's all I've got. So thanks again for watching, and don't forget to be gay and do crimes.
Be happy and do crimes? Yeah, this was actually a pretty good. This was actually a pretty. Hold on a second here. This was a pretty good take, honestly. You know, he did it through the lens of violence, which is really a good key factor. You know, so used to how you say. I'm trying to. I want to phrase this properly, because it's very easy to just say violence, 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 violence. It's very easy to say all that, you know, as if it's a positive trait. Being able to show the significance of what violence means to Mahou Shoujo, is actually a very good take, because as I had pointed out earlier, the demographics, the level of violence that occurs in a Mahou Shoujo is dictated by the age demographics, by the age demographics, because there are magical girl shows that have no violence, and you have to look at who the age demographic is, and that age demographic is little girls, and parents would not appreciate if their little girls are looking at violence at such a young age. It's a perfect parent concern and everything. Something that parents would sit there and be like, no, no. Shows like Sailor Moon and Pretty Cure, for the more older girls and young teenagers who are interested in that, who are still into that, and they get to have the violence, maybe not the level of Dragon Ball Z, or that of Mobile Suit Gundam, but they do have, a unique style of violence that actually contextualizes the basically the femininity part that these girls are supposed to stand for in the eyes of their female viewers. Everything that he described and explained is 100% spot on. You know what I'm saying? I would say it's completely spot on with the way that the combat is approached. That when they take on friends, they'll do a talk no jutsu. Try to break them out of the spell. They won't try and kill what they see as an innocent person. That's the key factor, is that they can tell the difference between the villain and an innocent person. But they're also not without empathy, to say the least. One of those being, of course, Sailor Moon, and the infamous death of Nephrite. Was it Nephrite? Or was it Malachite? I forgot who it was. But Usagi had to watch her best friend cry over a villain that she had a crush on, and try to help out. She tended to his wounds and everything, and he ultimately, of course, betrayed Queen Beryl. Not Queen Beryl. Dang it. All right, Queen Beryl. Queen Beryl, by protecting Sailor Moon's friend, protecting her and dying for her. And what did Sailor Moon and the Sailor Senshi do? They stood there with tears in their eyes. They didn't chastise him. They didn't condemn him. They felt sad for him, and they felt especially sad for Usagi's friend. I keep forgetting her dang name. I know her as Molly in the English version, but I completely forgot her name. I can't remember everything. I'm only human. But the point I'm saying is that the characteristics of the Magic Girls very unique. They're very, very unique and very distinct, because the creators, primarily women, of course, they know that their demographic is, of course, little girls and teenage girls, and so they want to. Many of these mangaka want to make a good role model for these girls who are going to watch these things. You know what I'm saying? The bleed over with the male side, with the male demographic, is a bleed over. It's a bleed over. Regarding the whole genre and everything, and that's because of the violence. Okay, listen, we like violence, and seeing females being violent is just as good as watching Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone pull out a pair of guns and start daka-daking everybody, or seeing Toshiro Mifune draw out the sword and have the ultimate duel of ultimate destiny. So if there's violence to be had, the male demographic is gonna jump in on it. I'm not sure what more I can add to what has already been said very clear. It definitely does have Mahou Shoujo elements, but I've always been of the opinion that it's a isekai fantasy first, Mahou Shoujo second, mainly because of the way it's presented. They are wearing this armor throughout the whole entire adventure. Every time they get the new armor, they wear that. They don't transform into this. This is their school clothes with the armor over it. And they wear that all the way to the end when they finally get all of their when they get to the mechs, so to the mech part, which pretty cool mech design, quite honestly. They got pretty awesome mech design, but like I said, it has Mahou Shoujo elements, no doubt about it. It has it does fit all the criteria and everything. But it is still a high fantasy first because it's not, it doesn't follow the standardized trope formula that Mahou Shoujo always follows. Mahou Shoujo is the Sailor Moons and the Pretty Cures are more closer to the Super Sentai genre. They're more closer to Super Sentai genre. Does that make them Super Sentai? Well, yeah, actually. They are, they fit the criteria of Super Sentai, but they are Mahou Shoujo with Super Sentai elements. You see? There's still Mahou Shoujo with Super Sentai elements, whereas Magic Knight 8-Way Earth is a high fantasy isekai with Magical Girl elements. Does it discount them from being Magical Girl? No, they still fit the criteria and everything very well. But Mahou Shoujo is not the central focus, is the key thing. Mahou Shoujo is not the central focus of Magic Knight Ray-Earth. It's just an added element to give them something to work with, tools, if you will, to be able to handle their journey, to be able to get through their journey and handle it, along with their of course the old classic mascot Mokana. Every magical girl's gotta have one. So overall, this was a very, very well done video. The take was very, very good. Very, very good points. I didn't see anything wrong with what he pointed out. He's absolutely right that violence is a key factor to the magical girl and what sets it apart from each other, not just only from each other but from other genres, and the potential that it brings in. So yeah, you'll find Tyranno and links to the video down in the description below, and be sure to check the channel out and give likes and comments to Tyranno. So that was Magic Knight Ray-Earth breaking genre. Very good job. All right, we got one more to cover. Rama 1/2. Now I gotta remove all this and bring in the other anime. Yeah. Just so you know, I got this at a convention. I'm trying to remember. I got this I believe at Anime Next convention. It was a very, very localized anime convention. I don't know if they still exist. I think this is where I got it from. Or was it when Anime Expo happened in New York post 9/11? It was like a very special event post 9/11. There's a little black smudge in here. Oh, I see the little hole. That must have been. Oh. I always kept it in the package. It was always hoped that one day, if I ever had a child, give it to the daughter. One day, and hook her up with all the clamp stuff. Let me get this moved over here so we can make way for the next video, Rama 1/2. There we are. Okay, that's fine. I'll do that. I'll do that afterwards. Okay. Let me get this out of the way. All this stuff out of the way that I need to use to elevate the stuff. Here we go. All right. And now. Yeah, you could really see how much of an anime fan I am. You're like, why? Well, why are those two pretty high up? Why did they look unusually weird? Yeah, that's why. Let me shift this over just a little bit to even that out. Oh man. Let's see. Let me just check real quickly. Make sure. Just want to make sure it's aligned perfectly so I don't block it. Okay. There we go. All right, and then after this, got to do another break so that way I can set up the switch and then play Chapter 2 of Famicom Detective Club, and then that'll be it for the night. And go into Labor Day weekend. So let's get this done. This one. Let's see here. Okay, this one's gonna be a long one. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. I just want to make sure I have everything set. Hopefully this will stay balanced. That's the first 4 seasons of Rama 1 have DVD sets. I never got the rest of the DVD sets, unfortunately. It started feeling a little repetitive, quite honestly. It really was feeling a little repetitive by that point. I still haven't seen the remake. I'm not sure if I really bother watching the remake. I mean, the first, the whole thing was good. You know what I'm saying? It was fine, these things here. Unless they streamlined it. Let's see here. All right, we are good to go. We are ready. Not sure why I'm over here. All right, let me make sure the volume is good. Let's want to make sure the volume it doesn't go on full blast. All right. So, even though I struggled, so yeah, if you notice in my thumbnail, I had noted that Magic Knight Ray Earth was an influence to my work, and another one that was also influenced is to Rama 1/2. But on a more specific scale, where Clamp basically influenced everything that I do, especially in terms of writing female characters. But all of my work is influenced. What Rama 1/2 influence is the comedy side. Remember how if you had seen my coverage of Magic Knight Ray Earth, I had pointed out how comedians, how Wikipedia articles would on comedians would point out which comedian influenced their comedic work. So in that context, Rama 1/2 most definitely had the biggest influence in terms of humor in my works, the humor and such. Everything that Rumiko Takahashi had created in that was nothing short of a delight. It was it's not just entertaining. It was really legit funny. You know what I'm saying? It had a good level of humor. It got the ha-ha. It got the little smirk. And the characters are definitely all likable, and the antics that they go through. It had a good combination of slapstick and dialogue comedy. And considering that this is the harem genre, with the love dodecahedron, forget the love triangle. This was a love dodecahedron. How everybody reacted, behaved, and interacted with each other was definitely influential in terms of learning how characters can interact at a much comedic level. Now, how much of an influence this is? Well, The Impossible Man. The Impossible Man was influenced by a lot of comedy anime, especially XL Saga, but a good chunk of the comedic how you say beats definitely were influenced from Rumiko Takahashi. Rumiko Takahashi, Kochi Kondo had the and XL Saga had the weirdness factor, like the over weirdness factor that was an inspiration. But in terms of the execution of the Impossible Man, the influence came from Rumiko Takahashi, with a lot of hints of others like Tenchi Muyo and so on. But Rumiko Takahashi was the primary influence, while the primary inspiration came from XL Saga in terms of how it was all laid out and everything. And Rumiko Takahashi, I still haven't seen Kimigure RNG Road. And then, of course, I never got to finish Inuyasha because I don't know if she even ended it. And bear in mind, if I recall correctly, she is married to... No, sorry. Nope. That's not Naoko Takeuchi. Sailor Moon, the creator of Sailor Moon, is married to Togashi of Hunter x Hunter. Sorry, I almost made that mistake there. I'm glad I caught myself. I almost caught myself there because I was gonna wrong one, wrong mangaka. So let's step off of that one. So yeah, Ranma 1/2 most definitely helped influence how I engage humor in a Japanese context, because that's the key factor here, is that this is Japanese humor. Japanese humor is very different from American humor. Most of it is primarily from slapstick, doing sort of like a repetitive act, like in the case of Odori. Kasuga, one half of the comic duo Odori. He would his jokes, he would be the goofy guy. Like they're like a Laurel and Hardy group, Abbott and Costello. He was the Abbott to his partners Costello, and one of the things he would do all the time that would get people to laugh is that he would do his Tues. He would be like Tues, and people, that's like his shtick. He would say a couple of random words and then end it with Tues, and then everybody starts laughing. That's Japanese humor. Japanese do stand up. They do stand-up comedy. They actually do stand-up comedy. I had seen, and they do improv comedy as well. I've seen shows that they've done that, and that's the key thing. But everything, but Japanese humor is not like American humor. American humor, we're very aggressive, especially with our language. We're very aggressive, and we're always highly topical. Our comedians are extraordinarily topical. They are the modern gestures of the old times. But when it comes to Japanese humor, primarily, when they do humor, it's always slapstick at a slapstick level. for the most part. And they do, and most of the jokes, and you can see that like in Konosuba. That's a great example of comedy, how the characters interact with each other, not just through slapstick, but through the things they say to each other. You know, the dogging each other, teasing each other, and so on. They're always teasing each other. They're always mocking each other. You know, for the most part, that's what I've seen so far to be Japanese humor. Aside from, of course, the comedy duo, which is very prevalent in Japan. Lots of comedy duos out there, like Odori. So, Ranma 1/2, an anime years ahead of its time from channel Bonsai Pop. Be sure to click on the links down in the description below. Give them likes and such, if necessary. If necessary. They're gonna talk about why Ranma 1/2, which was released in the 90s, I think late 80s, early 90s, was, well, more primarily the anime series, which was released in the 90s, was ahead of its time. I'm not sure about ahead of its time, because honestly, the 90s was a very unique period. The late 80s and the 90s was a very unique period in anime, because if you've seen what anime was like prior to Ranma 1/2, Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball, Magic Knight, Ray Earth, all of that, you know, it's night and day. It's night and day. It is very much night and day. And like, I wouldn't say they were years ahead of its time. I would say that they were pioneers of what will be modern, the modern anime we see today. You know, and how they established a lot of what would be the tropes that we will come to know today. Dragon Ball and the fights with the tournaments and such, followed by Togashi's Yu Yu Hakusho with his Dark Tournament. Sailor Moon, the magical girl genre, didn't have combative, like highly combative and violent magical girls until Sailor Moon showed up, and that set the precedent for future magical girl shows. And Ranma 1/2 there was not a lot of teen comedies, if I recall correctly. To let me know down in the comments below. But Ranma 1/2 was one of the few, the other being like Tenchi Muyo, teenage comedies set to the theme of harem, that basically laid out the precedent, the foundations of what future teen comedy, manga, and anime would be. Because prior to that, you had comedy like City Hunter, which were all adults. Adults. Rio's an adult, so was Kaori, and the two of them would have comedic slapstick with each other. And others before that were adults primarily. Ranma 1/2 was teenagers in a comedic setting, as was Tenchi Muyo, and the two of them together basically reshaped anime to in a manner of, there was no longer a lot of adult comedic anime and manga. Now it's all teenagers that going to, you know, followed up with like Kanakamatsu with Love Hina, and then Negama, and so on, you know, and many more. Some of them didn't do good, you know, did not do good with their harem anime comedy, and then there were others that were pretty successful, and so on. But definitely Ranma 1/2, much like Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon, really laid out the influential foundations of what we see today in anime. Konosuba, XL Saga, and so on. El Hazard is another one that's comedy, harem comedy, and so on. So we're gonna learn more, see what Bonsai Pop has, what their take is on Ranma 1/2, and what makes it years ahead of its time. But is it true? Is it not? Not sure. So make sure you get your notes ready for my post-research thoughts, and let us begin the research. There we go.
Every once in a while, you run across an anime or manga that is truly special. Either the creator is a visionary or society and pop culture have twisted just enough to leave a gap for something entirely.
Sorry about that, guys. That was pretty loud, and I'm like got all this going on. Here we go.
Every once in a while, you run across an anime or manga that is truly special.
Yep.
Either the creator is a visionary or society and pop culture have twisted just enough to leave a gap for something entirely new. In the case of Ranma Half, we got both. Created by best girl and industry vet Rumiko Takahashi, widely known for Inuyasha, but also has Mai-san Ikoku and Urusei Yatsura under her belt. Ranma is at the same time a satire of the mid-80s kung fu boom and a deep look into the socio-political flaws of Japan. Competing with the likes of Dragon Ball, Fist of the North Star, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure during arguably the most prolific era in Shonen Jump history, Ranma Half was not only a hit, but a major success in Weekly Shonen Sunday, continuing serialization from 1987 to 1996, in addition to its anime, which to many is an all-time classic and one of the first popular anime in the West. However, 1996 was a long time ago now, and due to a lack of streaming access, many in the United States have never been properly introduced to Ranma. Heck, there's people out there who haven't even seen Inuyasha. And yes, the more open-eyed modern otaku may recognize that Ranma Half was that one old anime with the panda, but Ranma, and even the panda, are much more than meets the eye, and that would be a joke if they weren't literally Transformers. Ranma and his father Gendo's are cursed, doomed to live a life in fear of cold water lest their terrible transformations take place once submerged. Or at least, that's one way to sell what is essentially a sitcom. But we'll...
Okay, so before we proceed, he pointed out about Ranma 1 Half in the United States. I just want to point out, I don't know how accessible Ranma 1 Half was back in the 90s, but in my area at the mall, we had the I forgot what the store was called. It's long gone. Its franchise is long gone, but I remember them having VHS copies of Ranma 1 Half, and it did caught my attention, and I read it, and I was like, oh. Because this was before Sailor Moon. I was a little kid. I was still a kid, and I was still very, very young, and Sailor Moon hasn't happened yet. So I couldn't wrap my head around it, and I just went right back to video games. Not only that, but it was also the first time that I actually saw manga that was being sold, and manga at that time, in the 80s and 90s, was reformatted in the Western style, going left to right rather than right to left. So there was a lot of mirrored images that made no sense to me at all. A lot of wordings that were actually in reverse, and I couldn't figure that out at all. So it didn't exactly help bring me into anime and manga, but I was 100% aware of it. And there was a Super Nintendo game in which they retitled the Ranma 1. It was a fighting game. They retitled it to something else and changed the names of the characters. Yeah, if you know what that is, let me know what the original title was. Was it Ranma 1 Half, or was it something else? I'm not sure, but it wouldn't be until again, I got the PS2 and the DVDs that I actually picked up Ranma 1 Half and fell in love with it.
Get there. I've been preparing for this video for months. I purchased and read the entire manga. I've watched the whole anime. It is my goal here not to only introduce, analyze, and explain Ranma Half, but to also give it the justice it deserves as one of the greats. And also, maybe score a date with Rumiko Takahashi when I go to Japan. I just love her so much. Anyway, this is Ranma Half, and let's get into it.
Nice. That was
Are
a good
you
opening.
hungry like me? Do you lack
Oh.
culture?
Sorry.
Like me, Rama Town, everywhere. Justice with nothing out. Let's go to Rama
There we go.
Town. Martial arts, man, you gotta love it. Nothing like watching a single fighter commit swift justice with nothing but their fists and a life dedicated to owning their bodies. Never was there a time more saturated with kung fu and karate than the mid-80s.
Yep.
From movies to cartoons to anime, the martial arts were everywhere. When the market
Catch it
is
up.
that saturated, you really have to create something special in order to stick out. By 1987, Takahashi was already a manga veteran. Her first major series, Urusei Yatsura, is a comedic
Classic.
story about aliens invading into Earth, only for the princess to wind up engaged to a less than decent guy. Anyway, it wrapped up that year at a whopping 34 volumes.
Wow.
The second major series, My Son Ikoku, a bittersweet romance manga, also wrapped up in 1987 at 15
I thought she did
volumes.
Kimiko de
This doesn't
Arenjiro.
even take into consideration that both manga had very successful anime. Urusei Yatsura had a 6-year run with 195
Wow.
episodes in the 80s, and My Son Ikoku had a 2-year run with 96 episodes. And then she also had multiple one-shots, many of which were awarded and then turned into OVAs.
Yeah, she's
In other
OP.
words, Takahashi wasn't just the lady who wrote Inuyasha. Takahashi is a fucking pioneer who began her career in 1975, and she's
Just look at
still
that. Look at
going.
the-
Her
look at her
current
go.
manga, a Taisho period fantasy starring in onmyoji titled Mao, started in 2019 and is ongoing currently at 9 tankobon volumes. My love for her and her work is undying, and she deserves all the respect
My
in the
gosh.
world as one of the most prolific mangaka of all time. So, Ranma Half is
Mangaka,
an
not
earlier
mangaka.
Takahashi work, considering she's been at this for 46 years. So
46.
I want to be honest, I may have been a
That's
little bit
love.
dramatic in the intro about the whole cursed thing, but it certainly wasn't a lie. Ranma Saotome is the heir to the Musabetsu Kakutoryu, or the Saotome school of anything goes martial arts. And when we
I gotta say, what a brilliant name for a martial art. Anything goes. And it really is anything goes. I gotta say, you know, that's she has such amazing imagination, hands down. Her imagination was fantastic. Was very fantastic. Like, just kept it nice and simple. Anything goes. Now I can do whatever I want. And she really went all out.
say anything goes, we mean anything goes, but more on that later. Ranma's life has been nothing but training with his father Genma, no school really, just traveling and training in every aspect of the martial arts. This is how the pair find themselves in the Biancala mountain range in the Qinghai province of China. It's said that within this region lies the ultimate martial arts training ground, Jusenkyo. Now in reality, Jusenkyo is more or less a marsh with a bunch of poles sticking out of it. I
Yep.
don't really know what makes it so special.
Oh,
I
you
feel
fell
like
in
you could make
Spring
that in
of
your
Dead
backyard, but hey,
Girl.
here they are.
Oh, you
However,
fell
what
in
is
Spring of
special
Dead
about
Panda.
Jusenkyo is the springs which surround
Oh,
the
you
poles.
fell into
Somehow,
Spring of
each
Dead
one
Pig.
is the site of an untimely death of something. Don't think about it too much. This is a comedy after all. Though it is curious how so many people and creatures manage to drown in
Yes.
pools of water, but whatever. Naturally, we learn that each spring is cursed in its own very special way, thanks to the exposition from our mildly racially offensive Chinese guide. And of course, both Ranma and his father each fall into a cursed spring while they do the fighting, Genma into the spring of drowned panda, and Ranma into the cursed spring of drowned girl. From that point on, whenever either of them is splashed with cold water, they transform into the visage of the drowned victim. So Genma becomes a panda equipped with a variety of signs for any
Yes,
reason,
he's always
and
got
Ranma
signs.
becomes a girl, a hot girl who is really unconcerned about her modesty.
Nope.
Anyway, that's the only part of the story. So back in Japan, Genma's childhood friend and fellow martial arts student Son Tendo is awaiting the return of his friend because the two had agreed upon an arranged marriage between their children. Tendo, however, has 3 daughters, a sweet motherly eldest named Kasumi, a borderline sociopathic capitalist middle child
Best girl.
Naoki, and the youngest is a man-hating, hot-tempered tomboy and powerful martial artist named Akane, who happens to be just Ranma's age. The marriage was arranged to keep the Tendo dojo alive and in the family. Now when Ranma and his father show up at the dojo, the two are not exactly what the family expected. Instead of 2 master martial artists, they instead meet a cute little girl and a big-ass panda. As
Yep.
Tendo weeps at the lost prospect of an engagement, Akane is delighted that Ranma is a girl and invites her to do the fighting for some fun. Later, she goes to get into the bath with Ranma, only to find out that he has changed back into a boy in a delightfully awkward situation. So yeah, cold water makes Ranma a girl, hot water makes him a boy. Same with Genma, except Panda, that's the cursed.
Yep.
Time for historical context. Now, this isn't something I've mentioned before because our audience is full of smart people. However, whenever a video goes big, some morons always trickle in and annoy me
Very
with
good
their
premise,
comments,
actually.
which I then screenshot and
very
put up
excellent
last via
premise.
Twitter. And yes, I do read all the comments. Anyway, I've been accused of being political. I know, a grave sin on YouTube. Don't I know that the internet content is supposed to be consumable for everyone regardless of their standing?
Yeah, if
Don't
you want
I
to be
know
political, be
that
political.
If I take a stance,
That's
I'll
your
lose
choice.
support and never get a million subscriber?
I
Do
just choose not to be
not
political.
know that I'll make enemies by speaking my mind? I do, and I don't care, and I'm not gonna stop.
That's
that being
it.
said, I do not place my own personal politics onto our content unless something drastically needs to be said, like grape is not okay, and we don't support that. And the fact that that could even be seen as political anyway is kind of disgusting, but I digress. Instead, what we do here is analysis, and we speak about the politics intrinsic to and written into the subject material, whether it be subtextual or blatant. Anime and manga is art. Art makes statements. Statements are inherently political. And
Which
if
is
you
true.
can't handle that, the dislike button is right there, and you can see yourself out. If that's something that you
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. You know, 1984, Animal Farm, To Kill a Mockingbird. It's how you present it. If you present it in the trash on a trash can lid, people ain't gonna like it. Don't ever present it on a trash can lid. People don't want to like it, and people don't want to hear it.
you appreciate and you think belongs in a space which actively works to suppress things that drastically need to be talked about but will probably be repressed by Big Brother algorithm, I urge you to support us on Patreon. It's because a Patreon is a patriarchal society. Blatantly so. I mean, okay, so with that out of the way, Japan is a patriarchal society. Blatantly so. I mean, so is America. We just pretend it's not. Not sure which is worse. Cue the "we already have gender equality" commenters.
Every
Anyway,
country
women are
is
treated
patriarchal.
pretty poorly in Japan. It's really
It's
sad.
not just
honestly.
Japan
There's
and
no
US.
glass ceiling now. Instead, it's more like a titanium ceiling. Can't even see through that shit to the top. Women of equal status to their male counterparts are made to serve drinks at business meetings, which, by the way, ask a woman how many times she's been asked to make the coffee at her office compared to her male co-workers sometime. Regardless of employment status, childcare is almost universally left to women, and there's a culture of eroticized violence towards women which is extremely present in Japan and influences laws against sexual violence, making legally defending oneself almost impossible for victims of said violence. In fact, there is a lot of
It's a very
legalized
big problem.
discrimination within the whole of Japanese society, which we don't need to deep dive into,
No.
but it is aimed at keeping women as second-class citizens.
I'll just give I'll just interject here and just to point out, just so that way nobody thinks that I got some kind of disconnect of reality of Japan. Yes, I'm aware of a lot of the things they do down there. I'm aware that one of the solutions with regards to women's rights that they came up with was rather than arresting the men in a subway or train when they do inappropriate stuff to women, they created a women's only car as a solution. Okay, that's the and no men allowed in that one particular train car. Only females, girls, teenage girls, women, elderly women. That's it. No men allowed. That's their idea of solving an issue that happens on the trains regarding inappropriateness from conduct by men towards women and girls, especially teenage girls. So I just want to make sure, because I do a lot of glowing praise about Japan, but I do want to just make it clear that I am aware that there are things going there that are very, very terrible and very, very bad. I'm not like daft or oblivious. It's just that I'm an American. It's not my place, to address such things. But if I become a citizen of Japan and put in my first vote and pay my first taxes to the country of Japan, then I will speak up on it. But in terms of awareness, yeah, I am very aware of their controversies and decisions. But I have no position to say anything about it.
And yes, it is bad there now, but the country is trying to make changes and has been trying to make changes. Well, some of the country. My main point in bringing this up is that in the 80s, this equality issue was obviously far worse, and Ranma really, really does not want to be a girl. While Genma really has no problem spending most of his time as a panda, Ranma really detests being turned into a woman. Besides the previously stated social issues women face in Japan, there is also the misogynist stereotyping a stereotypical tough guy like Ranma commits. He thinks that women are weak and silly, and becoming one is insulting to his masculinity. However, I don't want you thinking that Ranma is all bad, because he's not, and a lot of his issues stem from the way that he was raised and whom he was raised by, namely his father Genma, who
and
is
he's
a
young.
scumbag, but we will get to that.
I have to, I just wanted to stop there because he's also leaving out one other important thing. He's young, and his father, along with Akane's father, Tendo, both committed an arranged marriage on both of them. Rama and Akane never met. Not a single day in their lives. They weren't even aware of each other. That's why at the very beginning, in Rama 1/2, he was fighting Genma out in the street because even though they were in their transformed forms, but the reason why was because he didn't like the fact that the marriage was arranged without his knowledge and consent. And same goes with Akane. She that was the same situation. So it wasn't just one-sided. It's very important to understand that it's not one-sided, this arranged marriage. Both of them, both Akane and Rama, were not happy that their fathers decided to arrange the marriage, to arrange the marriage for them to keep the dojos going. So that's a very important distinction that needs to be addressed. That he's not pointing out. He clearly is not pointing that little fact out, and that's something that Rumiko Takahashi did include. So it's not one-sided or biased or anything. She was very she balanced that nicely. She made it very clear that both the boy and the girl were not happy about it. We're not happy about it at all. Oh, and arranged marriages were still being a thing. I don't know if it's still a thing. But yeah, it's a thing in Japan.
Also, keep in mind that this was all written by a very successful woman in a male-dominated industry.
Yes.
So once it's revealed that Ranma is indeed a boy, at least some of the time, the engagement is back on. But to whom? Well, I mean, what would be the funniest to you? The sweet, older, obvious choice, the completely indifferent middle child, or the man-hating tomboy? Yeah, so naturally Akane is picked by an equivalent of a nose-goes game, and neither her nor Ranma are happy about it at all. After being spooked by his dangling in the bath, Akane is doubly sussed out by Ranma, and she is not his type, something he is very vocal about all the time. Now, one thing you might not expect going into Ranma is that, well, it's not Dragon Ball. Ranma half is almost more of a satire of the entire martial arts boom.
Right.
It's actually a sitcom, and like with traditional sitcoms, there isn't a whole lot of story. I don't know, maybe that's the wrong word. Lore, I guess. Instead, what we have is a series of characters with very well-defined
it's just straightforward comedy
who find themselves in wild situations
Yep.
that somehow always involve
Anything
some
goes.
cold water and play off each other to comedic effect. When I went deep diving into the series, I was expecting something like Bleach or Naruto, but what I got was more Seinfeld, and that is by no means a bad thing. Just know what you're getting into.
I wouldn't compare that to
Be
Seinfeld.
read back to front. I mean, first of all, look at this. It is 38 volumes, and it almost takes up an entire shelf. Second of all, it should be enjoyed in spurts, like a sitcom. I would say that the same goes for the anime. It ran from 1989
He's absolutely right.
to
Don't
1992
don't binge watch
143
Rama 1/2.
episodes, many of which could be considered filler. However, with a series like this, nothing is really filler. Again, this isn't so much of a story as a what can we do with this scenario and these characters.
Yep.
And let me tell you, Takahashi did it all. About how and it's not even true. I mean, about 6 volumes in, I was like, how is she able to keep coming up with this shit? And then it just kept going. And then on top of it, the anime has unique stories in it as well. So not only is there count on 38 volumes of a situational comedy, we're talking 1 to 2, maxing out around 4 chapters per story, but then the anime added in more. You may be asking yourself, how is this possible? And that's a good question. You gotta remember, this is a martial arts manga, so there's gotta be battles and the fighting.
Which is true.
And there certainly is, but it's nothing like you would think. I like to imagine Takahashi laying in bed one night and just being like, I got it. Rhythmic gymnastic martial arts.
Yep.
And yes, that's actually a thing. Don't worry, I can explain. So Ranma is the heir to the school of anything goes martial arts, and that means anything goes. There is an endless parade.
That's what's so great about the premise.
Ranma's ass for some reason or another, and they all have their very own special way of doing it. Like in an ice skating rink with figure skating martial arts, or in a circus tent with circus martial arts. You name it.
Rumiko Takahashi created one of the if not the perfect
into a versus martial arts competition. It is really
Rumiko Takahashi created the perfect sandbox. I will attest to this. This is the perfect sandbox. By calling it anything goes martial arts, she literally let anything goes and comes up with all sorts of crazy ideas for martial arts. He's not lying when he said circus martial arts, rhythmic gymnastics martial arts, figure skating martial art. Everything's a martial art. Everything has to be a martial art. And the anime had a good opening. Well, this anime, I don't know about the remake. They said that the remake was supposed to be more streamlined and such. I'm not sure how streamlined it is. Probably got rid of all the filler episodes. But yeah, the filler episodes was all about leaning into that sandbox of anything goes.
Arts, you name it, it's martial arts, my dude. There's even one point when they turn cooking okonomiyaki and takoyaki into a versus martial arts competition. It is really, really stupid, but it is very imaginative and extremely funny. And of course, there's the whole gender-bending swapping conundrum, which lands Ranma in many, many different and hilarious or awkward situations. For instance, there's Tatawake Kuno, upperclassman of Ranma and Akane's high school, and before Ranma showed up, he was the toughest guy around with his expertise lying in kendo. He's also madly
that kick is still classic. The kick on
most of the school is
on Kuno.
Like, literally every day she has to physically battle her way into the school to get to class on time, because Kuno had said whoever is able to beat her first gets to date her. And of course, Kuno hates Ranma for being engaged to Akane, and also because Ranma soundly defeated him in their first encounter. However, after meeting Ranma in female form, Kuno falls in love with her, creating an increasingly funny split between his affection for the quote-unquote pigtailed girl and Akane. Even though there's points where Ranma changes basically in front of Kuno, Kuno never figures out that they're the same person. His sister Kodachi, on the other hand, falls in love with the male
he's in
Ranma
denial.
and despises the female Ranma after she reveals her name is in fact Ranma Saotome, because she is Ranma Saotome, leading Kodachi to believe that the female Ranma is a rival lover. This, of course, becomes a source of conflict between the siblings as well. You see how this works out? How they're playing the dynamics of the characters against each other? This is a constant thing. Now, one of the things that is most important to keep in mind while we're going through this is that, again, Ranma Half is a sitcom. I don't know how many sitcoms you've watched, but if you've ever tried to break one down, you'll realize that almost every character in the series is not only deeply flawed, but if compared to a real person, is basically out of their mind. And of course, the same goes for Ranma Half. It's not like it's just the Kuno siblings who come into the picture and the series runs for 38 volumes. There are many, many nut jobs who insert themselves in order to pressure Ranma and Akane into increasingly wild and outrageous circumstances. Meanwhile, the two are always trying to come to grips with each other, their engagement, and people falling for both of them separately. Because after all, this is a romance as well. Speaking of which, it would not be a Ranma video without introducing Ryoga.
Yes.
A deeply flawed individual, to say the least. Interestingly, though, you can see hints of Inuyasha within him if you take a close look. All you gotta do is change the hair. Tyler, change the hair. Anyway, Ryoga
Oh,
has a vendetta
okay.
against Ranma for standing him up once when they were supposed to duel. See, they went to an all-boys school at one time, and Ranma happened to always grab the best bread. It's a long story. Anyway, one of Ryoga's core traits is his complete lack of orientation. He's been trying to track
no
Ranma
sense
down
of
for years,
direction.
but this is the kind of guy who tries to go to Okinawa and ends up in Hokkaido. Literally.
Yes.
That actually happens. He did, however, manage to make it.
Just to make a note, Ryoga left 1 week ahead of time before one of the events, so he could actually get there. Because he is very self-aware. He's actually self-aware that that he has no sense of direction, and he doesn't care. And this one episode, I'm not sure if it was I don't know if it was the rhythm gymnastics combat martial arts episode. But what I do know is that he said he left 1 week ahead of time, and he arrived exhausted at his destination, saying, happy that he did leave 1 week ahead of time, so he wouldn't miss out. That's how much Ryoga's extra.
To Jusenkyo, where he also fell into a cursed spring, which will become a pretty common thing for these characters. And of course, his spring was Cursed Spring of Drowned Piglet, to be exact. So now, not only is he mad about the whole being stood up thing, which was totally his fault, by the way, Ranma waited for 3 days for Ryoga to show up in the lot, which was next to Ryoga's own house. But now he also blames Ranma for him turning into a pig. Ryoga also can't talk to girls and is extremely shy with them. However, Akane finds him when he's in piglet form and adopts him, naming him Pichan. Ryoga in turn falls madly in love with Akane, who is giving him special attention because he's a cute little piglet, and proceeds to share her bed with her as a pig off and on throughout the series, which really pisses off Ranma and kind of adds to the pair's friction, understandably. And then we have Shampoo. Yes.
Oh no, Shampoo.
The Chinese Amazon, you can't make this shit up, who believes she is engaged to the male Ranma and wants to kill the female Ranma. Now, while Ranma and Genma were in China, the transformed pair happened upon a martial arts tournament in the wilderness, as you do, and proceeded to steal and eat the main prize.
Yep.
And Shampoo, who had just won the tourney, obviously gets pissed and challenges the female Ranma to a duel and is swiftly defeated. Afterwards, she plants a kiss on Ranma's cheek.
The kiss of death.
Is the kiss of death. In a vow to hunt down and murder female Ranma. And when she tracks Ranma down to the Tendo Dojo, male Ranma accidentally knocks her out, and it turns out that if a Chinese Amazon is defeated by a man and she kisses that man, that is an instant engagement. Hijinks ensue. Also, Akane seems jealous. And that's the thing, after a bit, it becomes clear that there's definitely tension between Ranma and Akane, and not always a negative tension. Neither particularly likes when the other is pursued by another or is treated
Fair
poorly.
enough.
They do form a relationship that grows, albeit extremely slowly throughout the series.
Very slowly.
Cute. As long as Ranma isn't being an ass, which he often is, he's on the negging game, but he doesn't really know how to be sweet enough to make up for it. Either way, don't neg people, just be honest. Honesty is sexy, and if the other person can't take it, well then you dodged a bullet, and you deserve better than someone who can't like you for you. Anyway, eventually Shampoo returns to China for a bit, but she isn't the only extra fiance that Ranma has. There's also poor Ukyo Kuonji, the okonomiyaki chef. When her and Ranma were children, Genma and her father made an agreement that their kids would be married and that the Kuonji food cart would be the dowry. That's like a wedding gift. Ranma, who is 10 years younger at the time, thought that Ukyo was a boy and said he liked okonomiyaki more than Ukyo. So Genma simply stole the cart and then the pair ran away.
That's
so
effed
between
up.
her rejection from Ranma and the ridicule at school for getting rejected, poor Ukyo was so traumatized that she rejected her femininity almost entirely and dressed and acted like a male for a very long time, and even attended an all-male school. Still being desperately in love with Ranma though, she does track him down and becomes a regular part of the cast. By this time, however, Shampoo had arrived back in Japan with her grandmother Cologne, who's like this ghoulish old lady and an expert Amazon martial artist. She's actually an awesome character. But this leads to a ton of friction between Shampoo and Ukyo. But there's a twist. During Shampoo's training back in China, she ended up at Jusenkyo, just like Ryoga, and fell into the Spring of Drowned Cat. So like the other cursed characters, she now becomes a cat when she's splashed with cold water, but instead of this being a cute way of snuggling up to Ranma, it instead reveals Ranma's greatest weakness.
Yeah, he's got an
eyelid
inherent fear of
an
cats.
intense fear of cats. A trauma brought
Oh boy, the number of times them cats showed up on Rama. Whew. Man, you want to talk about phobia? That was it. Like, he completely paralyzed. He can't, and it's all because of his father too. His father really messed him up on that one.
on by none other than his own father, Genma, who, tried to cure his cat fear by throwing him into a pit of starving cats. Also, if Ranma gets too scared of cats, he suddenly starts acting like one.
Right.
It's
I
this
forgot
whole
about
thing,
that.
Like cat foo. Told you. Sitcom.
Becomes
It's
cat
like
foo.
Drunken Fist, but with kitties. So by now you should be getting a clue that Genma is kind of a piece of shit, and he is. Most of the major personality flaws within Ranma can easily be traced back to his underhanded and toxic
Nature versus
masculinity
nurture.
wielding father. Genma, while a prolific martial artist, is a bad man. For instance, he once traded his son for a fish. That's like what Charlie Manson's mom did to him, except it was beer. Genma often avoids responsibility, foisting everything onto Ranma, while at the same time posturing as a model martial artist and man. He was so sure of his masculine power that he took Ranma and left his wife when the boy was only 6, vowing that they would not return.
Total
Ranma was
a-hole.
a man among men, under the promise of seppuku, or Japanese ritual self-disembowelment. Ranma then proceeded to spend the vast majority of his life under his father's tutelage, and now that Ranma turns into a woman, they're terrified of his mother, forcing them to kill themselves. Now, for newcomers and Ranma fans alike, I would like you to take a moment and think about the series or what I've already explained to you, and try to connect some dots. So here we have a situational comedy about a boy who constantly turns into a girl, which is also a satire of the overly masculine martial arts boom of the 80s. I mean, have you seen the JoJo characters? And it was written by a woman working in a male-dominated field. This boy, who is incredibly skilled and tough, was raised in an environment almost completely devoid of woman by a misogynist, and then happens to get engaged to a man-hating tomboy out of the blue after being cursed with transforming into a woman on a wet whim. A young girl in love is accused of not being feminine enough to hold on to her fiancé and is traumatized into living her life as a man. A boy who can't say how he feels turns into a pig and stays with his love in bed at night without her knowing it. The toughest guy at school is in love with a girl who is actually a boy. His overtly feminine sister is in love with a boy who is also a girl. And despite having 3 very different fiancés, the teenage Ranma is mostly indifferent to sexuality. In fact, his first kiss wasn't consensual. Now, if all of this evidence doesn't convince you that there is high-tier subversive gender and sexuality politics at play within this comedy, then I really don't know what to tell you. You got the wrong channel. And we're going to get back to this in a second, because there is an integral character I've yet to speak about, who is not Moose, that really fits into this puzzle as more or less the final piece. It is Hapasai.
Yes, Hapasai.
Way out on a limb.
Oh my gosh, Hapasai. No, but the connection he's trying to make is fair. I have to say it's fair. Rumiko Takahashi is no slouch. She really knows what she's doing. She knows what she's getting at. Urusei Yatsuda, I haven't fully watched it. I've only seen the movie, but one of the movies, Beautiful Dreamer. But just from watching that, it was definitely a comedy, but it seemed to have played more straight. Is it a stretch? Is it a stretch to what's going on here by Bonsai? No. No. Honestly, I don't think it's a stretch beyond imagination. I think this is a fair assessment, honestly. It's a fair assessment because once Hapasai comes into the mix, it really does become very clear where Rumiko Takahashi was trying to go with. Now, and to contextualize it as a comedy, like I said, comedians are the jesters, are the modern day jesters, court jesters. Saying court jesters are the ones who usually inform good court jesters are usually the ones who inform the king through satire and comedy of what's going on out there in the world. They're the ones who normally would never, who are the only ones they if I understand my history correctly, court jesters are usually the ones that are allowed to criticize the king openly, and not get killed. For the most part. It gives the king, it informs the king a lot of things that's going on out there. As long as they don't like cross the line or commit crime or anything. But in terms of being able to, call out the king for any shenanigans and such, many kings and queens allow it if to be able to stay informed of what's going on out there, or if they're doing something that whatever criticisms are being levied at them, they'll get it through a court jester. And this is a very good case here. Rumiko Takahashi, whether intentional or unintentional, is put on display. It is legitimately put on display what a satire at sexism. Yeah, it's satirizing sexism. Because remember, like I had pointed out, Rama and Akane were not happy that their fathers made an arranged marriage for them. They don't like each other, at least at the offset, and they definitely did not appreciate that they were being married off without their consent, without any of their consent or anything, knowledge of each other and so on. That was the very first instance in the entire story, in a sense. I wouldn't say set the tone, but it planted the seed of where Rumiko Takahashi was directing it. But to contextualize it in the form of comedy, as a sitcom and such, it's very smart. Now, unless I could find interviews, her interviews where she can explain where Rama 1/2 is. I don't want. I'm hoping, and definitely need to be very careful here too, not to put words in her mouth. And I'm hoping Banzai is not putting words in her mouth by trying to proclaim that she was trying to, satirize sexism. It's pretty clear. It's pretty there. The elements are there. But unless she says it herself, that's the whole point of Rama 1/2, I would have to write this off as speculation. It's there, but I would not say 100% that's intentional. That was the author intent. So we gotta make sure to be very clear, that the author intent has not been established, and that this is observation. This is Banzai's observation from what he sees going on in Rama 1/2. That makes a lot more sense, and I'm of the opinion that his observation is fair because the patterns are there. But until I find an actual interview piece where Rumiko Takahashi explains what her intent was for Rama 1/2, all I have is observation. Is just an observational take on it. If Banzai is trying to pass it off as actual fact, then it is a big mistake, because we need authorial intent. We need the horse's mouth. We need Rumiko herself to say if it is exactly what it is.
And assume that you've watched Dragon Ball, or at least know about Master Roshi, the lovable but perverted old turtle hermit who trains Goku and Krillin in the turtle school of Kame martial arts. His character is an archetype. There is many creepy but lovable old men in manga and anime. But if you look at his actions, Master Roshi shrank himself down once to watch a 14-year-old use the bathroom, okay? We all laughed, but wow, that's pretty fucked up. And Happosai is that old man in Ranma. He is the martial arts
Ramp to 11.
Genma and Son. However, he's nuanced in a completely different way. Instead of being lovable, he's detestable. Happosai is a bad person. He's so bad that even Genma knew that he had to be sealed.
Yeah, they put him in. I forgot they did. That's it.
Happosai is unsealed and begins mooching off the Tendo household and creating all sorts of problems throughout the series. While again, in a comedic way, the characters within the show actively wish for Happosai's death, The little gremlin isn't just a perv. He's a full-on predator. He sneaks into Akane's bed or Ranma's.
That's not a lie.
After forcing him to transform into a girl, he goes out every day to steal all the underwear he can, sometimes straight off of schoolgirls, or he hides in locker rooms, sneaks into women's baths, etc. The funny thing is that this is all things we've seen done in anime a million times and laughed or appreciated the opportunity for fans.
But that's why I say he's cranked to 11.
Haposai has no redemption. He's simply awful and arguably not funny. And that's not to say that there isn't any enjoyable fan service in Ranma. There is plenty. However, again, it's very subversive and is actively making fun of the audience. The grand majority of nudity in the show is from Ranma, who is a boy.
Okay. It isn't, Haposai is not meant to be, funny in and of himself. He's saying Haposai is not funny. It's not Haposai, the character, that is supposed to be funny. It's how everybody responds to him that's supposed to be funny. How his comeuppance is always that he gets beaten up. That's supposed to be his comeuppance. Except when he goes up against Rama, he's always finding ways to beat out Rama, and Rama tends to lose, and sometimes Haposai puts him in a position where where Rama gets beaten up by Akane. But Haposai in and of himself is not supposed to be the one making the funny. It's how people treat him that makes it the funny. How they react to him, that's supposed to be the funny. He's not supposed to be taken, first and foremost, seriously. So I'm hoping Banzai's not trying to take it seriously like that. He is a comedic tool. He is a tool for comedy. He's a tool for punchlines. That's all he is. He's a punchline. He's a walking punchline. He is not supposed to. He in and of itself is not supposed to be the comedian, the comedic one, because everything he's doing is absolutely wrong, and every character, including Rama himself, both in male and female form, despises him. He's not supposed. He is the Eric Cartman. He's the Eric Cartman. He's like the perverted Eric Cartman. The only big difference is that we're not supposed to like Cartman either. We're not supposed to like Cartman. We're not supposed to like Haposai. Their drive is to have the other characters react to them, and how they react to them. That's supposed to provide the punchline. They're both punchlines. That's their job.
By his own volition. Even when he becomes a girl, he still considers himself a boy, as do most people. At least the people that know it's him. I would argue a huge part of Ranma's success is the massive amount of nudity within it, and that female Ranma is often used as promotional material for the series. In fact, before I dove in, I didn't know about the gender bend, and I simply thought this was a show about a badass girl martial artist and her panda sidekick. Ranma Half actively challenges its audience to either announce their own ignorance or embrace the spectrum of gender and sex, which thanks to some certain comments on our Dororo video, I clearly have to spell out are not the same thing. What you're packing has nothing to do with your gender. You could have a foot-long dangling and still be a woman in society. It is your decision based on your feelings. You can get that danger removed or keep it, but it doesn't change your gender unless you feel that it does. So Ranma is always a boy by his own admission. So if you choked out a chicken while thinking about Lady Ranma, it's pretty gay, dude. But that's also the point. The series actively works to blur the lines between love, romantic love, attraction, gender, and sex, and sexuality. And the idea is that despite what you look like, people are people, and anything else added on top of that is cultural and societal. It's not tangible, it's just ideas that some people have solidified into beliefs. So as Ranma becomes more accustomed...
That was actually a pretty good take. They're people. He's spot on. They're people. That's what the whole cast of Ranma 1/2 is. They're just people who got caught up in circumstances. It's not, there's really, it's like any type of political, social undertones that Rumiko Takahashi might have injected into it is extraordinarily subtle, because Rumiko Takahashi focused on the people first. They're just people. They're people first. Everything else second. You know, we're following these guys through a journey where they're always transforming into different types of characters and creatures and opposite sex and so on. And we're not supposed to focus on the change factor. It's how they live with it. It's how they live with it, because they're people. They didn't ask for any of this stuff. They didn't ask to be married or to be challenged in competitions. It's about how they're handling the circumstances, situations they are in, and it's all comedic, done under the guise of comedy.
To Arcana and other women throughout the series, you see him reject his female form less and less. At first, he's ashamed of himself like his father is. Ranma was not raised to respect women as equal to men, but over time, that changes. It's what I'm gonna call generational divergence. Happosai was, for all intents and purposes, Genma's father figure. And while Genma is a trash person, Happosai is leagues worse. However, both men were relatively normal for their generation, and that says a hell of a lot about Happosai's generation. I mean, look at America, right? My grandparents were born in the 30s and the 50s, and at that time, America was still racially segregated. My great-grandmother died when I was 12. She was born in 1902. It'd be 18 years into her life until the 19th Amendment went through and women even had the ability to vote. Going back to Ranma, the story takes place in 1987, meaning he was born around 1970, meaning his father was born around 1940-1950, making Happosai, who was already an extremely old man when he trained Genma, born possibly in the 1800s. A lot of cultural change had gone down in those 90 years in Japan. What we see through the 3 generations of men in the series is progress, and I doubt I'm alone in seeing that in myself and my own family. I was not born the way I am. I grew into me. I look at the world and at people, at gender and sex completely differently than my father and my grandfathers. And part of that is accepting parts of me that other generations of men may have thrown out due to outdated beliefs on masculinity. I am a man, but I didn't always know if I was. There were things about me that didn't fit the mold of what I was told was masculine. Part of what I like to do with you guys is to be open and honest. What good is a platform if you sit on it and pretend to be someone you're not? I turned to punk music when I was a kid to find a place where someone different could belong, but it never stopped gay men and bisexual women from being attracted to me far more than straight women ever were. My fiance says I got bi-wife energy. Yes, bi-wife energy. Even though I consider myself straight, but who knows? I mean, maybe I just haven't found that right dude to cuddle with, but like, wieners gross me out though. I don't know, I'm sorry. They look like an organ that turned inside out. It's just not my aesthetic. Personally, I prefer fall. Anyway, my point is that I felt a connection to a certain degree with Ranma's transformation into accepting himself for who he is. At his age, puberty, that shit's in full swing, dude. People start feeling things that they aren't used to feeling. His issues are just materialized, obviously through his transformations. But like I said, he does eventually begin to take advantage of his female half. And sure, it's not always in a way that doesn't take advantage of the female form, but that's kind of a rap on the nose from good old Takahashi herself. It's her way of saying, look, if you were a girl, you'd do it too. Don't you f***ing judge us for getting by. What I'm saying is that from a literary standpoint, Ranma half is genius. It isn't always consistent. And yes, you can absolutely turn your brain off and just enjoy it, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. My main goal here was to really open up the series to see its insides, because I've seen reviews of Ranma saying that it's sexist, transphobic, and homophobic, but it's not. There are characters in the series that are, and sometimes that character is Ranma himself. However, that attitude is used to show how people can be wrong and how people can change. How sometimes what you believed is wrong, and that changing something as foundational as a belief is a hard thing to do. And sometimes it takes a long time and a lot of hard-learned lessons. And this doesn't spoil anything, but in the end, Ranma does choose to keep his curse. But I'd also like to posit that he didn't really have a choice. Not because he couldn't remove the curse itself. He definitely could have. but because in the end, human beings have dualistic natures which fluctuate. We are all masculine and feminine. Rejecting either side of who you are is rejecting a part of yourself that needs love just as much as the rest of you. But either way, I hope you learned something today, and above all else, I really hope that you check out Ranma Half, however you would like to enjoy it. Anime or manga, it doesn't matter, it's all good. This is a series that I would like to revisit, and I would like to revisit it in a different way. So if there's a favorite character of yours that I wasn't able to fit into this video, please let me know in the comments below. Do not forget to check out our sponsor, Bokksu. It is so cool, and I'm so happy to be working with them. Like, the food is absolutely...
Alright, here we go. That was a very interesting observation Bonsai had on Rama 1/2. I'm not sure. I mean, the observation is the patterns, and in relation to, say, the real world and such. And it was an exercise of thought. It's an exercise of thought. No problem there. Nothing wrong with that. I would say, at the end, he says that he he still sees it as just, another, just a fun show and everything. So he established, the separation there, between being overly analytical and acknowledging that it could just be fun. So it's just an observation he noticed and just wanted to share. And it's a very interesting observation, as he noted, with regards to how the way Japanese women are treated out there, and the sexism and all that stuff. Of course, as I had pointed out, I'm not a citizen of Japan. I don't know if Bonsai is a citizen. If Bonsai is a citizen, then he's most likely well equipped to observe. If he's not, observation, it's fine, but to openly critique or try to point out, try to be subtle in pointing out Japan's flaws and mistakes, one has to be very careful when analyzing anime, manga, Japanese novels, and so on, because we're not living there. We don't vote. We don't pay taxes. So we have zero equipment to fully understand and comprehend what is going on in Japan at a social level, at a societal and political level. We're only going by how we're interacting with it. We're only going by how we are engaging in it, and going by what media tells us. And unless I hear from Rumiko Takahashi in an interview, if this was her intent in terms of what Bonsai's observations are, I would advise people to choose to take it or leave it. Because Japanese culture and American culture are two completely different things, and we can only give from an American context what we think of Japan, and that's all it's going to ever be. And I would warn that I would say 90% of the time, I wouldn't even say 9, I would say 99% of the time we will be 100% wrong. Because we're not Japanese, we're not from Japan, we're not living in Japan, we're not paying taxes, we're not living there, we're not voting for a politician. So we have to err on the side of caution when expressing observations. There's nothing wrong, like picking apart the mechanisms and techniques of writing, and storytelling, lore building, and so on. There's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, it's good mental exercise, a good way to learn, good way to learn storytelling from different approaches. If we're talking about like techniques and such, to try to break down a story on a social and or political level, I would say err on the side of caution. Because unless you were born, I don't want to say born, unless you make yourself a citizen of Japan and you do voting and paying taxes and other things that are daily life in Japan, all we have is just an opinion and an observation. We do not have access to the facts of Japan. We could do all the research we want, and we could connect all the dots we want, but at the end of the day, we don't really have a say in Japanese matters. Here in the United States, we tell other countries they don't know anything about America when they try to do the same and try to say that we're all pompous and big and fat. But then I go and I watch a YouTube video that says Britain visits Texas for the first time, and then the video's like, I'm shocked that everyone is so nice and courteous here in Texas. Predetermined, I don't want to use the term prejudice, that's way too powerful. Presumptions, there we go. Presumptions of a culture and the people that culture and its society entails in must be curtailed. And I feel like what happened here with Bonsai was that he looked at it from the lens of the United States. He pointed out things that are going on in Japan, but he didn't specify like what was going down in Japan. That's happening to women down there, and he contextualized it through the lens of the United States. All because he found patterns, these specific patterns in Rama 1/2, and he did not confirm if Rumiko Takahashi intended to satirize sexism in Japan and the male-female dynamics in Japan. It's a fair observation. I mean, it looks pretty obvious and everything, but without actual confirmation of authorial intent, we have no idea if that is exactly what Rumiko Takahashi wanted to do, because he is also projecting that this was her intent. He keeps pointing out that, she's a woman in a male-dominated thing, but that doesn't automatically mean that was what she intended. She could have just had one wild imagination, put it into practice, and it's just a straightforward fun. You know, she had fun coming up with these crazy ideas like gymnastics, martial arts, and cooking martial arts, and so on. And nowhere in her mind was she thinking sexism and equality and feminism and all that stuff. You know, without any confirmation that that was her intent, you're putting words in her mouth, basically. And you want to be careful not to put words in our mouths as creators. You know, you do not have. Now I'm going into a tangent. I'm going to make this clear to all of you. Okay, you're not living in our heads, and you're not going to live rent free in our heads. Don't presume to know everything about us through our creations. Don't presume you know every facet of our lives through our creations. You don't know us. Whatever these patterns you find, that's fine. But don't automatically assume you are privy to our brains, to what our thoughts are. It's very important to understand that we creators, those of us who write or art or whatever we do that is a creation, we are tapping into the recesses of our mind. And the human mind is one of the most private places on earth. It is so private, nobody is privy to another person's thoughts or mind. That is the thing that is lost here in society. You cannot assume you have a right to our thoughts, a right to our minds. And keep in mind that for us creators to put pen to paper what is our thoughts, we are giving privilege to you what is in our thoughts. And you can take it or leave it. But you don't get to pick apart our mind through our creations and say, I know this author better than the author knows him or herself or themselves. You don't have that level of authority. You do not have that right. It is a privilege. Because for us to share what is in our minds to you all, it's not easy. It's not easy like breathing. It's very intimate and personal. And we have to rewrite and rewrite to make sure that we are very clear with what we're saying, what we were thinking. Because in our early drafts, we're just putting whatever is down on paper, whatever is in the panel, you know. But it is not what we mean to say. We know what we want to say, but we can't contextualize and clarify. You know what I'm saying? On the outset, you know, it is possible to speak faster than you think. And that's what happens when we create something. We are speaking in the first draft, we are speaking faster than we think. And that's why we have to do rewrites to make sure that we see what we're thinking and really comprehend what we're saying. We got to hear ourselves speak. So that when we present to you, the public, what we want to say, we are as clear, concise, and comprehensible to you of what we're saying. Now, if we're not being clear, concise, and comprehensible, then it is our jobs to clarify what we're talking about. The keyword is clarify, not intent. So that way you can understand what we're going with. If we do not take the time to clarify, if the questions are made, then we are failing you and society as a whole. Because now we got you all guessing and making up stuff that's not true. But it is very, very important that all of you understand wholeheartedly that just because we put something to pen and paper and put it out in the public to share with all of you doesn't mean that you have absolute and total access to what is in our minds. You are not in our heads. You don't know what we're really thinking. You don't know what our thoughts are. You are not psychics. You are not the X-Men. You are not you're not telepaths. And what we want to say to you is not only a privilege, but it is a need to know basis. You don't get to dictate to us to tell you what it is that you want, to confirm whatever it is that you believe, that you found in whatever supposed pattern you discovered in our writings. Whatever it is that you discovered, 10 out of 10 times, it's most likely coincidence. And here, this may most likely be a coincidence. Because we're not in Rumiko Takahashi's head. We don't know if this was her intent to satirize sexism. It could just very well be that she might have seen so much of it that she just found it funny in and of itself. And she's not making a statement, but merely telling us to point at it and laugh. For all we know, that might be her intent. Or maybe she just wants to tell us a funny story. And just, you know, making fun of the whole entire anything goes concept. We don't know, because we are not privileged to her mind, and we should not walk around sitting there and saying that because we found pattern A and pattern B and connected to social reality A in the real world and social reality B, that this is what the author is trying to tell us. We don't know that. Nobody knows that. You don't know what I'm talking about in The Impossible Man or any of my works. You don't know what I'm talking about. Okay? And if clarification is needed, then yeah, we should give clarifications as writers and creators and such. But that doesn't automatically mean that you have total access to our private minds. Our minds is the most private space imaginable. Observation? Yeah, it's a nice observation he found. But if he's going to sit there and say, if Banzai's going to sit there and say that because he's discovered this pattern, that means it is true, and that this was intent of Rumiko Takahashi, that's not the way to go about this. That's not the way to go about it. You could very well be not only off the mark, you might also be missing the point if intent is there. It's best not to. It's fine to say this is what I observe and everything, but don't put it to a level of I'm absolutely sure. Basically. And as writers, and for all of you writers out there, like I said, be clear, be concise, and be comprehensible with what you write. Okay. Make sure your intent. If you have intent, it's up to you if you want to express the intent. But when you put pen to paper, make sure you're clear, concise, and you're comprehensible. If you don't want people to have observations passed off as absolute fact of what was going through your head, and that's not what you were thinking. Avoid questions, any type of questions of that magnitude, as best you can, and just make sure that you're very clear in your interviews, what your goal was with the story. If you're willing to, if you're interested in doing so, you're not privy. You don't have to tell them. Good example is Childish Gambino. He did This Is America, and he said, and when asked what it was all about, he said, whatever you want. He didn't. Perfectly fine. If you have intent and you want to share the intent, share the intent. But as long as you're clear, concise, and comprehensible with your works. Whether it's music, writing, scripting, or even drawing art and such, your work will be fine. You will be fine. So, yeah. There we go. That was Ramo 1/2. Very fascinating, fascinating observation. Bonsai Pop had, you know, links down in the description below, like I said, you know. So, all right, that's it for the research tonight. Yeah, the research went pretty long. I'm glad I went with 2. Let's get in. I'm gonna get into Famicom Detective Club, so I could do chapter 2 to close it out, and go into the holiday weekend, which I have none. I'm gonna be working all weekend. Oh dear Lord. I'm gonna take a break because I gotta bring out the I gotta set the Switch up and everything. So I will see you all in 10 minutes. No, 12 minutes. We'll make it 12. If the ad is about to start up, then you know what? I'll force the ad right now. So that way we don't have to deal with when I come back in 12 minutes. So I'll see you all in 12. Hey, welcome back everybody. How y'all doing? Closing out the night. We're closing out the night with Famicom Detective Club. Trying to get everything here together. Get it all together. Alright. Okay. Alright. Let's switch this out. Alright. Oh yes. I wanted to have this dealt with. Here we go. Alright. Alright everybody, it's time for visual novels. Time to do some visual novel gaming. Continuing on Famicom Detective Club, Chapter 2, The Missing Heir, Chapter 2. We're going to resume the investigation. So, yeah, amnesia. That's what the whole thing's about. It's about amnesia. So, it's alright. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's been a while since I tapped into this, so we're gonna get what we can done. Well, I want to just get through chapter 2 and then head off for the holidays. Let's resume that investigation. Let's see. Yeah, this is it. Load. Oh no. Wait. Did I select the wrong one? No. It said 113. It said 113. That was the latest time. Yes, let's review the plot so far. Last
記憶
time
が
on
不十分なまま、あなたは遺言公開直後に急死した綾代商事会長、綾代菊についての調査を進める。遺言公開には、綾代幹事、春日あずさ、綾代次郎という菊の甥と姪が立ち会っていたようだが、その当日、幹事の息子、明が屋敷にいるところをお手伝いの茜が目撃したという。また、あなたは菊の遺体が見つかった寝室の畳に焦げ跡があることに気づくが、善蔵や茜に心当たりはないようだ。第一発見者の茜はショックのせいか、常に何かに怯えるような素振りを見せる。
Everybody got that? Alright. I was falling asleep along the way, wasn't I? What an adventure. Let's talk.
場所はもう教えてあげたではありませんか。
Okay, then let's look at the travel. Okay, let's go there. Okay, there we go. I see the residence.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
おはようございます。今に幹事様がお見えです。ご紹介をいたしますので。
Sir Kanji. Are we gonna also are we also gonna meet Lord Hiragana and Baron Katakana?
綾代幹事さん。菊さんの甥だったな。
それではご案内いたします。
Oh, he pissed.
幹事様、失礼いたします。探偵の方がいらっしゃいました。
ん？ゆっくりくつろいでおったのに、一体何の用かね。
はじめまして。お邪魔してしまい申し訳ありません。手短に済ませますので、少しお話を伺わせてください。
まあよかろう。ここで拒んであることないこと言われてはかなわん。急なことで驚いたよ。まだ会長として頑張ってほしかったのだが。急なことで驚いたよ。まだ会長として頑張ってほしかったのだが。
Okay. Will.
ぶしつけですが、遺言書の内容を教えていただけませんか。
そう来ると思っとったよ。遺言公開の時に取ったメモがある。まあ。
では、拝見します。メモは綾代商事のことと菊さんの個人財産について書かれている。綾代商事の会長として菊が持っていた全ての権利は綾代家の正当なる後継者の印を持つ綾代ゆりに譲られるものとする。綾代ゆり。
おお。
菊の個人財産は半分をゆりに。
Wow.
半分を
Oh wow, that's messed up.
あずさの3名で公平に分配すべし。
Oh, that's rotten. He's like, yeah, Yuri's gonna get half, all of it. The other half is gonna go to the three of you, so you're getting a morsel.
綾代商事の権利すべて、それに財産の半分を譲られるほどの人物。綾代ゆりとは何者なんだ。それに後継者の印というの初耳だな。
わしの息子だが、23にもなって仕事もせずにフラフラしよって。
遺言公開の日、アキラさんも来ておられたそうですが。
何？わしは知らんぞ。第一、アキラは遺言公開のことなぞ知らんはずだ。
アキラさんは時々菊さんの部屋に出入りはしていたらしいが、たまたまなんだろうか。
Let's find out about Jiro.
わしの弟だ。まあそうだな。わしの右腕としてよく働いてくれているよ。わしと次郎さえいれば綾代商事は安泰だ。わしと次郎さえいれば綾代商事は安泰だ。わしと次郎さえいれば綾代商事は親に迷惑ばかりかけおる。まったく出来の悪いせがれだ。ひどい借金で随分金に困っているようだ。もともとここの遺産を当てにしとった上に会長やわしにまで借金をしとる。バカなやつだ。ここの遺産を当てにしとった上に。
Okay, that's a repeat. Next one. Now we go into the
ゆりさんというのは誰なんです？
会長の一人娘だ。20年前家を飛び出したまま行方不明だ。
菊さんには娘がいたのか。しかし行方不明とは。
A missing heir.
20年前に行方不明になったままだ。よりにもよってなぜそんな人間に。20年前に行方不明になったままだ。
後継者の印って何なのですか？
どんなものかは知らんが、綾代家の先代の実の子供や孫といった本家筋の人間だけが手にできるそうだ。わしら分家筋の人間には縁のない代物だよ。
そうなれば、古くから屋敷にいる善蔵さんでも知らないか。
ただし正当な後継者が現れなかった場合、綾代商事はわしら親族の手によって運営していくことになる。当然だな。
他に菊さんに関して何か気づいたことはありませんか？
何もない。善蔵は妙に勘ぐっているようだが、会長は病死だと医者も断定している。だというのに仕事とはいえ君もこんな村までご苦労なことだな。君もだろうがわしも忙しいのだ。会長が亡くなってしまった分会社を切り盛りせねばならん。綾代商事はわしに、いや会社のことはわしと次郎に任せておけばいいんだ。
When? Hey, welcome, Doubtful Part. When will I react to 79 Part 2? It's already done and it'll be uploaded next week. It'll be uploaded next week. There will be a 79 Part 2. Hope you're excited for it.
This これは取れそうにない。やめておこう。やめておこう。 メモを取るなら自分の手帳にしよう。これは取れそうにない。
Call and engage. Let's try Yuri.
ここにいるわけがないな。
I don't know why that option was available in yellow. That's so weird. Alright, let's go back to talk. Let me hit remember. How you doing tonight? Excited for the weekend? Even though the weekend started now here where I'm at, it's 1 a.m.
はい。どういったご用でしょうか。
There we go. Let's find out what he's got on Yuri.
キクさんにはお嬢さんがいたんですね。
はい。まさかユリ様のお名前がキク様の遺言書に書かれていたとは。ユリ様は大変美しく心の優しい方でした。ある事情でこの家を出られたまま、今ではどこにいらっしゃるのかさえわからないのですが。
Symbol。
後継者の印って何なんですか。
どんなものかは存じませんが、ユリ様。
Oh, damn. Hastily pressed the button.
あずさ様は今日もお出かけです。
Actually, does he have any more about Yuri?
まさかユリ様のお名前がキク様の遺言書に書かれていたとは。
Still repeat?
まさか。
Yeah. Okay. What about the symbol? Any more on the symbol?
私は存じませんが、ユリ様が持っておられるのでしょうか。私は
全蔵さん。
Oh?
何か言いたげだけど、どうしたんだ。答えづらい理由でもあるんだろうか。
Let's engage. Kanji.
なんだね。さっさと済ませてくれ。
Anything else on Yuri?
20年前に行方不明になったままだ。よりにもよってなぜそんな人間に。後継者の印がどんなものかは知らん。わしら分家筋の人間には縁のない代物だからな。
Yeah, new dialogue.
後継者の印がどんなもの。
Yeah.
急なことで驚いたよ。
No, talk. More about the will?
なんだ。もう一度メモ。
Yeah, let me just see one more time.
すみません、拝見します。メモは綾代商事のこととキクさんの個人財産について書かれている。綾代商事の会長としてキクが持っていた全ての権利は綾代家の正当なる後継者の印を持つ綾代ゆりに譲られるものとする。キクの個人財産は半分をゆりに、残りの半分をカンチ、ジロ、あずさの3名で。
Hey, Coqui-san, itadakimasu. Genki desu ka? Over on the Twitch side. Feels like it's been a while. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Doing good. How's your streams coming along? Mm-hmm. You've been busy and doing well. Sugoi, sugoi. Uh, 日本、今日に日本が土曜日ですか？I think that's it.
なんだね。さっさと済ませてくれ。
アキラ様はいらっしゃいませんが。
Oh, Akira isn't here right now. Do I need to? Well, it doesn't have the travel up, so I need to figure out what else I need to do then. I need to take a minute to think. Just about to talk about everything. Let's see. Alright, let me try Senso again.
はい。どういったご用でしょうか。
違う。はい、世界。よし。違うが悪い。世界がいいね。Let's see. What do you know about the will?
私にはちょっと。
You don't know about Kiku.
前にお話ししたことぐらいで。
You told me everything, huh? Okay, he's troubled. Playing Famicom Detective Club, Coqui-san. Famicom Tante.
前にお話ししたこと。あずさ様は、まさかゆり様のお名前。
Hopefully I won't fall asleep.
私は存じませんが。
なんだね。
Okay, we'll have to take something here. Let's see.
これは取れそう。これは取れそうにない。
Can't take the ashtray. Can't take his hair.
やめておこう。
Can I take his photo? I never tried that.
これは取れそうにない。
Nope, I don't have a phone number.
これは取れそう。
Can I take the sofa?
これは取れそうにない。
Alright. Do I have the look option? Yeah, let's look. Where? Let's see if looking at the photo trigger.
写真が飾られている。
Nope. Notepad?
メモと鉛筆などが用意されている。電話をしながらメモを取るためのものだろう。どこかの崖の絵に。
That same cliff that fell off of.
電話だ。
Oh, there we go.
何か僕にだけ伝えたいことがあるんだろうか。
Alright, now we got something. Let's travel. Kiku's bedroom.
前蔵さん、キクさんの寝室で確認したいことがあるんです。
ではわしはもういいのか？
あ、すみません。確認した後でお聞きしたいことがあるのでお待ちいただけますか？
なんだと？まったく探偵とは自分勝手なものだな。
Alright. Are we gonna look at that burn mark again?
前蔵さん、もしかして僕に伝えたいことがあるのでは？あの場では言いづらい何かが。
さすがでございますね。お見通しでしたか。
Arcana. Okay. Senso. Akira.
先ほどは幹事様の手前申し上げにくかったのですが、アキラ様はどうも何度か警察のお世話になられたことがあるようなのです。
Possible motive?
警察に？
警察。
お伝えしたいのはそれだけです。
わかりました。幹事さんを待たせていますから早く戻りましょう。
人を待たせるとは何事だ。またタバコを吸ってしもうたわい。
I made you smoke again? That's on you.
だからアキラは遺言公開のことなぞ。ああ、そうそう、言い忘れておったが、遺言書の作成には弁護士の神田も関わっておった。
神田、OK。
神田。
神田 Bear。Alright, let's find out about this guy.
神田弁護士というのはどういう人なのですか？
綾代商事の顧問弁護士だ。会長から信頼されておった。わしらもよく相談に乗ってもらっている。もういいかね。わしは忙しいので失礼するぞ。
Coqui-san. Smoking's bad for your health, so you should take it easy with it. Puff smoke. Okay, we're moving on. Let's travel back to Kiku's bedroom. I want to look at a little bit more here. Let's see here. Let's look. Where? Let's start with the burn mark.
畳が焦げている。暗丼だ。インテリアではなく実際に使われていたようだ。 緑が美しい庭だ。灯籠は苔むしている。何か跳ねたような。きっと鯉でも飼っているんだな。
Trying to think here.
花が生けてある。誰が生けたんだろうか。山が描かれた掛け軸だ。菊さんはこの部屋の布団の上で死んでいたのか。菊さんは
Yeah, the travel sent me over to here.
菊さんはこの古そうなモノクロの写真。この本だけ放り出されている。読みかけだったんだろうか。菊さんはこの部屋の布団の上で死んでいたのか。
So I'm getting out of this, huh?
菊さんは
Let's hit remember. Andon. Traditional paper lantern lamp. Arigato, Coqui-san. Kore ga Andon desu. 面白い電気です。
はい。
Oh, here we go.
何かご用でしょうか。
Alright, let's see what she's got. Anything on that burn mark?
どうしたんだ。ひどく怯えているようだけど。
私、何も知りません。私、何も知りません。
どうしたんだ。ひどく怯えているようだけど。どうしたんだ。
Okay, same thing. Arcana.
どうしたんだ。
Getting more and more scared, huh?
お願いです。もう何も聞かないでください。
Damn.
善蔵さんは今にいるはずだ。話すのならここにわざ。
Okay. Can I go to the living room? Yes, I can. Okay. Ah, there we go.
前にお話ししたことぐらいで。
Now don't be like that game. Make me go through all this just to leave.
前にお話し あずさ様は今日もお出かけです。
神田弁護士というのはどういう人なんですか？
綾代家、そして綾代商事の顧問弁護士です。菊様も信頼しておられました。幹事様がおっしゃった通り、遺言公開の場には神田様もいらっしゃいました。そういえばまだ神田様とは会っておられませんね。これといって、お役
ゆりさんや後継者の印についてもっと詳しく知りたいんですが。
他にご存知な方といえば次郎様かあずさ様ぐらいでしょう。あずさ様、間もなく戻られるはずです。
Excellent.
それと、ゆり様のことでしたら、村人の中にも知っている者がいると思いますが。
Let's take the time.
やめておこう。
前に、
Let's see, symbol.
私は存じませんが、ゆり様が持っておられるのでしょうか。他にゆり様や印のことをご存知な方といえば次郎様かあずさ様ぐらいでしょう。あずさ様は間もなく戻られるはずです。それとゆり様のことでしたら村人の中にも知っている者がいると思いますが。
Okay, now we got destination.
全蔵さん、ありがとうございました。僕は村に聞き込みに行ってみます。
Good.
でしたら駅に足を運ばれてはいかがでしょう。駅。
はあ、何のご用ですか？
すみません。
あ、なんじゃ？
少しお話を聞かせていただけませんか？
ああ、もしやあんたが噂の探偵さんかい。ええよ、なんぞ聞きたいことがあるんじゃろ。
綾代家について教えていただけませんか？
あの家は呪われとるだよ。たくさんの人の恨みつらみで大きくなった家じゃからな。キクさんが殺されたって話もただの噂とは言い切れねえだ。
恨みつらみで大きくなったか。他の村人もいい噂は聞かないと言っていたな。
Gets too rough, make sure to get some sleep. Most definitely. How long has it been now? Nah, I started at 8 o'clock p.m. We sleep gaming again. Oh yeah, 4 hours. Yeah, it's been over 5 hours. It's gonna be 6 hours. Yeah. Let's see here. The game is very hypnotic. ゲームがいい遊び。いい眠。
綾代家は呪われとるだよ。たくさんの人の恨みつらみで大きくなった家じゃからな。
この村には綾代家にまつわる伝説があるそうですね。
菊さんはの満月の晩に墓から出てきなさるだ。きっとまた死人が出るに違えねえだよ。あんた早く帰った方がええぞ。あちこちつつき回っとると菊さんが恐ろしい。
満月の夜、気味の悪い話だな。
誰じゃそりゃ。ひょっとしてたまに見かける柄の悪そうな男かの。アキラなんて知らん。ひょっとして誰だい。そんなやつは知らねえで。この村でも評判の美しい人じゃった。呪われた綾代の家に咲いた一輪の花のような人じゃったの。
The background music and sound effects making you sleepy too. Why don't we sleep together during the live stream?
この村でも評判の美しい。
綾代家には後継者の印と呼ばれるものがあるそうですが、何かご存知ですか？
綾代家の後継者の印だと？そんなもの知らねえが、そりゃきっと何か、すべては満月の夜にわかるだ。すべては、
は、何のご用ですか？場所はもう死んだ人が蘇るだなんて考えただけでもゾッとしますね。聞かないな。聞かないな。
綾代ゆりという人を知りませんか？
綺麗な人だったという噂ぐらいは聞いたことありますが。
どうしたんですか？
いや、何でもないです。ここに立っているといろいろな噂が聞こえてくるんですよ。綺麗な人だったという噂ぐらいは聞いたことがありますが。さあ、今お話しした他に思い当たりませんね。
I can't get out, can I? Let's hit remember. Nope.
駅の向こうに見える山は明神山というらしい。村全体を見下ろしている。真面目そうな駅員だ。 何か書かれているけど。
Just this old lady again?
なんじゃ、まだ話があるんか。
難しい。Do I remember here? No.
この人も村の住人。
綾代家はのる。
Okay, I got that one. About legend.
菊さんはの満月の晩に墓から出てきなさるだ。きっとまた死人が出るに違えねえだよ。アキラな。アキラなんて知らん。ひょ。
Okay.
誰だい。
There we go.
綾代ゆりさんのことなら熊田先生がよく知ってるようだで。
There's our progress.
熊田先生が。
Yep.
こんにちは。
お、何の用じゃ。
Let's see. What does he know about you? Oh. Ooh. That's not good. Why do we?
先生？どうしたんです？頬なんか染めちゃって。
なんでもないんじゃ。
先生、もしかしてゆりさんのことを。
何を言うとるか。ゆりさんのことなら原神に聞いてくれ。さっさといかんか。
So now I gotta go find Genshin. Genshin Impact. Oh, just instead you start feeling sleepy, the phone at work starts ringing. 今が仕事をしますか？
年が今なく照れちゃって。
はよ行けというのに。
It's like, get out of here. Alright, let's go to Kagata Temple.
お邪魔しました。
仕事です。なぜ今は週末です。Today's the weekend. ビーチに行きます。Thanks for your time. Alright.
ほら、さっさと行け。
Go to the beach. Kagata Temple. Kakarachi. Ah!
あんたか。どうされた？
こんにちは。 お聞きしたいことがあって来ました。綾代ゆりさんについて何かご存知でしょうか？
その名に行き着いたか。よかろう、話してしんぜよ。ゆりは菊さんの一人娘じゃ。
今は行方不明と聞いていますが。
ゆりはな、20年前この村へ仕事でやってきた青年と知り合ったんじゃ。
Now, how would you know that?
二人はやがて愛し合うようになったんじゃ。じゃが菊さんの旦那が二人の仲を猛反対したんじゃ。身分が違うとな。しかしゆりの決心は固く、ついに駆け落ちしてしもうたんじゃよ。
Wow, she eloped with him. Okay.
そうだったんですか。そんな事情が。
それでもゆりは一人娘じゃからの。菊さんは後継者の証を持たせたようじゃが、二人が今どこでどうしているのかはわからん。
Couldn't tell the two of them up.
幸せに暮らしておるといいんじゃがな。
Alright. What about the symbol?
綾代家に代々伝わる大切なものらしいの。しかしそれがどんな代物なのかまでわしは知らんのじゃ。
Anything else on Yuri?
20年前に駆け落ちしたきり行方が知れんのじゃ。20年前に。本当にもう。
あ、いえ、やっぱりいいです。
Let's look around. Let's look at Genshin.
住職の原神さんだ。気難しそうに見える。
から、キクさんがよみがえって恐ろしいことが起こるぞ。キクさんは安らかに眠っておるんじゃ。邪魔をしちゃいかん。
供養費か。
Let's see. I guess that's everything. Open. Which one? Is it possible?
開けられそうにない。
墓にいたずらしちゃいかん。
あ、すいません。いたずらしてたわけじゃないんです。
こら、墓に。
I guess that's it. Let's go back to the clinic.
なんじゃ、まだ何かあるのか？綾代家の後継者の印のことか？話には聞いたことがあるがな、どんなもんかは知らんな。今まで話したことくらいしか知らんな。
熊田先生はこの村の伝説はご存知ですか？
ああ、もちろん知っとる。村の連中から聞いてきたんじゃろ。連中は信じきっておるようじゃが。医者のわしからすれば伝説は伝説に過ぎんとしか言えんな。今まで話したことくらいしか知らん。ゆりさんはとても美しい人だったんじゃ。ゆりさんはとても美しい人だったんじゃ。
Yeah, the butler might know. Let's see if I can get back to the house. Let me go to Myojin Station. And Oh. Eh? Wait, what's going on here? Nearby people.
なんじゃ、まだ話が。
It's not letting me go back to the house. Oh, there it is.
はな今お話しさあ聞いたことないですね。
What is that? Surroundings.
駅の向こうに見える山は。
Oh, sorry. I should say where.
この駅。
Okay. Let's switch. He's
なん
writing.
じゃ、まだ話。
灰皿はいっぱいになっている。タバコの自販機だ。もちろん僕は買うことはできない。
I can't seem to get to
真面目
that.
そうな駅員だ。何か書かれている。
は何のご用ですか。
真面目そうな駅員だ。この駅、年季の入った建物だな。
How do I get to the... How can I get myself back to the house?
なんじゃ。ゆりさんのことなら原神に聞いてくれ。
Oh, there we go. Change of season. There was a cat.
あんたか。どうされた。
A black cat. Black cats are bad luck. Alright. Maybe I should ask about the family
村の
itself.
人たちは綾代家に良くない印象を持っているようですね。
確かにな。キクさんの旦那はかなりアコギな商売をしとったようじゃが、それももう遠い昔の話じゃよ。
Okay. Anything else?
キクさんの旦那はかなりアコギな商売をしとったようじゃが、それももう遠い昔の話じゃよ。
Anything else?
キクさんの旦那はかなりアコギな商売をしとったようじゃが、それももう遠い昔の話じゃよ。キクさんの旦那。
Alright, begin the same dialogue there. Let's go to legend.
本当にもう一度聞きたいの？
Oh, right. I already had heard this last time.
あ、いえ。アキラという人をご存知ですか？
Yeah, there we go.
キクさんはそのアキラという男、孫のように思っとったようじゃの。ところがアキラの方はキクさんを小遣いをくれるばあさんぐらいにしか思っておらんかったらしい。それを知っていても孫のいないキクさんにとってアキラは可愛かったんじゃろう。
Interesting. She didn't have any grandkids. Anything else on Akira?
キクさんはアキラという男。
Alright. That repeated. Let's go to Kanda.
ああ、綾代商事の顧問弁護士じゃな。キクさんも信頼しておったようじゃ。ああ、綾代。
Okay. What about? Let's try Yuri again.
20年前に駆け落ちしたきり、それがどんな代物なのかまでわしは知らんのじゃ。
Okay, what they know.
最近キクさんに関することで何か気がついたことはありませんでしたか？
特にないの。キクさんとは昔からずいぶん親しくさせてもらっとったんじゃ。よく話をしたものじゃったが、気の毒にの。
You've been like for quite some time now. Just talk and talk. It's a terrible.
わしから話せるがこのぐらいじゃ。
ありがとうございました。
Okay. Now, let's go back to the clinic.
なんじゃ、まだ何かあるのか？
Yep, and you can't chase me out this time. Now, talk to me about Yuri.
ユリさんのことなら原神に。
Alright, did.
綾代家の顧問弁護士じゃな。一度も会ったことはないがの。
アキラという人をご存知ですか？
聞いたことがないなじゃな。キクさんのところに時々来とった遊び人風の男のことじゃろうか。話には聞いたことがあるがの、どんなもんかは知らんな。今まで話したことくらいしか知らんな。わあ、そういえばあずさが今日も来とったぞ。薬だけ持ってさっき帰ったとこじゃ。今頃は屋敷におるじゃろ。
Let's go see Azusa. We got the progress.
ああ、あずささんはここに来ていたのか。全蔵さんももうすぐ戻ると言っていたな。
Alright. There we go. Wow. You gotta like go through every single dialogue tree. It's crazy.
お帰りなさいませ。あずさ様がたった今お帰りになりました。
ありがとうございます。
偵さん、私に何か？
お聞きしたいことがあるんです。お時間をいただけますか？
仕方ないわね。少しだけよ。
Alright, let's start with Yuri.
こっちが聞きたいくらいよ。だいたいあなた探偵でしょ？こんなとこでグズグズしてないで、ゆりさんでも探してらっしゃいよ。
ゆりさんが見つからなければ遺産の分配ができない。それでイライラしてるんだろうか。
What about the will?
もう幹事兄さんから聞いたんでしょ？喉が痛いんだから余計なことを喋らせないでよ。
Alright, what about Kanji?
幹事兄さんにとっておばさまの個人財産なんてどうでもいいんじゃないかしら。それよりも綾代商事を自由にできることの方がよほど魅力的なことに違いないわ。ゆりさんが現れないことを心の中で願っているんじゃない？
He's got motive. But they know.
何を話せっていうの？それともやっぱり私たちを疑ってるの？
アキラさんについて何かご存知ですか？
ああ、兄さんのドラ息子ね。遺言公開の日もこっちで会ったけど。そういえばその時アキラは誰かとこそこそ会っていたようね。
一体誰と？
それはご自分でお調べになれば、探偵さん。
Screw you.
ああ、次郎についてなら探偵さんの興味を引きそうなことがあるわ。おばさまが亡くなって一番困ったことになったのは次郎じゃないかしら。
それはどういう意味ですか？
社長の幹事兄さんと専務の次郎はね、会社の中で激しく対立してたのよ。今まではおばさまがいたから幹事兄さんも綾代商事を思い通りにできなかったけど、今はもう兄さんの望むままね。幹事兄さんがいる限り専務の次郎は会社の中で小さくなってなきゃならなくなったのよ。
幹事さんと次郎さんにはそんな確執が。
知らないわよ、そんなもの。ゆりさんが現れないことを。おばさまが亡くなって一番困ったことになったのは次郎じゃないかしら。
Let's try Chiro with
おばさまが亡くなって。
No. Alright. Calm down.
この家の顧問弁護士でしょ。頭は切れるらしいわね。会社の相談役にもなっているようだけど。この家の顧問弁護士でしょ。どうせ何にもできないんだから。知らないわよ、そんなもの。私には
trying to think. Is there one more thing I can ask her? Because I feel like I went through all this. Alright, let me try the will again.
もう漢字兄さんから聞いたんでしょ。
Okay, she did that one. What about this one?
菊おばさまの発言権は綾代商事でも絶対的だったよね。もう漢字兄さんから聞いたんでしょ。喉が痛いんだから余計なことを喋らせ。
How about we... No, where's... Yeah, Sensu. Sensu Bean.
どういったご用でしょうか。
Work's almost over, so he'll get back to it seriously. Yosh! Let's see, I need his thoughts on Kanji.
お忙しい方ですから、こんな時間でもまだお仕事中でしょうね。どのようなものか存じませんが、それを持つことによって初めて綾代家の本当の後継者と認められるしきたりです。お忙しい方ですから、こんな時間でもまだお仕事中でしょうね。
How convenient.
どのようなものか存じませんが、それを持つことによって初めて綾代家の本当の後継者と認められるしきたりです。前にお話ししたことぐらいで。
茜さん。
She's scared out of her mind.
私、何も知りません。お願いです。もう。
Now I'm asking you all the questions. You better talk to me.
お願いです。お願いです。お願いです。
どうしたんだ。ひどく怯えているようだけど。何かにひどく怯えているようにも見える。
Oh, I can't get behind her? Alright. Remember me, Simba. Remember.
善蔵さんは今にいるはずだ。話す。ここにいるわけがないよな。何かにひどく。菊さんはこの部屋の布団の上で死んでいたのか。
何なの？要件は早く済ませてよ。
Something's gotta break through.
菊おばさまの発言権は綾代商事でも絶対的だったよね。
Something's gotta give.
もう幹事兄さんから聞いたんでしょ？遺言公開の日、アキラは誰かとこそこそ会っていたよね。遺言公開の日、アキラは誰かとこそこそ会っていたよね。おばさまが亡くなってこの家の顧問弁護士。どうせ何もできないんだから知らないわよ。ゆりさんが現れないことを。
Okay, let's switch.
はい。前にお話ししたことぐらいで。 遺言通りユリ様がこの家を継いでくだされば。しかしどちらにいらっしゃるのやら。遺言通り。ああ、そうでした。茜に確認をしたのですが、あの日アキラ様は。
Here we go. Here we go.
何やら大きな荷物を持って屋敷の裏にある土蔵のあたりでうろついていらっしゃったそうなのです。何をなさっておられたのやら。
土蔵？大きな荷物。
土蔵は屋敷の裏にございます。高価な骨董品がたくさん保管してありますので、入り口に。高価な骨董品がたくさん保管してありますので、高価な骨董品がたくさん保管してありますので、入り口には鍵がかかっております。
No, it won't let me travel. I want to get to that back. I'll try another one.
高価な骨董。
Okay.
神楽寺の源信さんに聞きました。
There we are.
ゆりさんは恋人と駆け落ちしてしまったんですね。
はい。旦那様がお二人の仲を決して許そうとせず、結果家を飛び出してしまわれました。それでもゆり様は菊様の一人娘です。当家の後継者となられるのはやはりゆり様だと考えられるのではないかと。どのようなものかは存じませんが、それを持つことによって初めて綾代家の本当の後継者と認められるしきたりです。お忙しい方ですから、こんな時間でもまだお仕事中でしょうね。高価な骨董品。前にお話ししたことぐらいで。
Hmm. Oops. Keep on. Oh, wait, can I travel to the stores? No. Hmm.
高価な骨董品がたくさん保管してありますので、入り口には鍵がかかっております。
Right. How do I get in? You think let me in?
遺言通り、ユリ様がこの家を継いでくだされば。しかし、どちらにいらっしゃるのやら。前にお話。
何なの？要件は早く済ませてよ。
There we go. Yeah, what's that store space?
いきなり何よ。それがどうしたっていうの？喉が痛いんだからあんまり喋らせないでよ。
How do I get to the back? Yeah, she went to silence. Alright.
はい。
何なの？要件は早く済ませてよ。
So I still can't get to the pack, huh? Oh, wait a second. It just occurred to me. I had to go to the bedroom because I have to go out the door, but it's closed. Let me see. Let me look at the. Can I open this up? Still give me that. If this was open, I probably could have gotten outside. Okay, she ran off. Everybody's gone silent. Hmm.
Kiku-san はアンドンだ。インテ畳が焦げている。花が生けてある。山が描かれた。キクさんはズンゾさんは今にいるはずだ。話すのならここにわざわざ呼ぶこともない。ここにいるわけが。
はい。
出そうにない。
前にお話ししたことぐらいで。遺言通りゆり様がこの家を継いでくだされば。しかしどちらにいらっしゃるのやら。何やら大きな荷物を持って屋敷の裏にある土蔵のあたりでうろついていらっしゃったそうなのです。お忙しい方ですから、こんな時間でもまだお仕事中でしょうね。
神田弁護士について詳しく教えていただけませんか？
立派な方です。菊様が亡くなられた時、私の話を親身になって聞いてくださいました。では一度探偵に調査を頼んでみてはどうかということで、有名な宇津木探偵事務所の優秀な探偵のあなた様を教えてくださったのですよ。
え、そうだったんですか。
お会いしたいということでしたら、まずはお電話されてはいかがでしょう。神田様の事務所の電話番号は米16の短縮ダイヤルです。
Star 16. Alright. Dang.
恐れ入りますが、おかけ直しいただきますようお願い申し上げます。
こんな時間じゃ無理ないか。
神田様の事務所の電話番号は
Should I try again? Alright. Let me try again.
はい、神田弁護士事務所です。申し訳ございませんが、ただいまの時間は受付時間外となっております。恐れ入りますが、おかけ直しいただきますようお願い申し上げます。
こんな時間じゃ無理ないか。
遺言通り、ゆり様がこの家をどのようなものか存じませんが、それをお忙しい方ですか。高価な骨董品がたくさん保管してありますので、前にお話した。そういえば村人からゆり様の話は聞けましたか。
いろいろと。他にも様々な噂が飛び交っているようですね。
気味の悪いことも噂しておりましたでしょう。
ああ、満月の晩に菊さんが蘇るという気味の悪い話ですね。
村人たちがいい加減なことを言って勝手に騒いでいるだけでございます。そういえば今夜あたりがちょうど満月ですね。
満月か。そろそろ戻らないと事務所に着くのが夜中になってしまう。
Okay, finally.
ありがとうございました。今日はこれでおいとまします。
さようでございますか。それでは道中お気をつけて。
失礼します。
おかえりなさい。ずいぶん遅かったわね。私もたった今帰ったところなの。
こんな遅くまで調査をしていたのかい？
お互い様でしょ。それで綾代少女のことだけどね、絶対的な発言権を持っていた菊が亡くなったことで綾代少女は大変みたいよ。それというのも実は社長と専務の対立にとうとう火がついちゃったらしいの。
なんだって？
今のところは社長の幹事が立場的にかなり有利なようだけど、専務の次郎だって黙ってないから、二人の対立はこれからますます激しくなっていくんじゃないかしら。幹事にとって新しい目の上の単行部ってわけね。
なるほど。ありがとう。すごく参考になったよ。
そう？なら頑張った甲斐があったわ。
それじゃあ 今日分かったことを整理して推理してみよ
う。Alright, time to speculate.
まず漢字だが、菊が死んだことで事実上綾代商事の実権を握ったことになる。一方の次郎は会社での立場が悪くなってしまった。金に困っていたあずさには菊の遺産が転がり込むことになった。そしてあの遺言書に書かれていたユリという行方不明の人物には会長菊のすべての権利がそっくりそのまま譲られるわけだ。
No, not the current photo, but like the most recent possible photo they may have, just to get an idea.
それともう一つ、アキラは土蔵のそばで一体何を？
だんだん綾代家や綾代商事内部の事情が明らかになってきたわね。
でも調査を依頼された菊の死の真相には近づけていないな。
焦っちゃダメよ。私も協力するわ。じっくり進めていきましょう。
ありがとう。
とはいえ今夜はもう遅いから調査の続きはまた明日にしましょう。
That's a good idea, Yumi. Let's go to sleep.
私も綾代商事に関して他に情報がないか探ってみるわね。
そうだ、明日は天地さんに会ってみようかな。天地さんの部屋を出てから連絡もしてないし心配させているかもしれない。
Alright. Chapter 3, The First Murder. Okay. We got through chapter 2. Somehow.
おはよう。今日もすぐに明神村に向かうの？
Okay. Where do I say that?
天地さん。
Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. Ugh. No. What happened? Oh no. I missed it. What happened? Where's the save? Oh, crap. I missed all the dialogue. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Alright. Okay.
おはよう。今日もすぐに明神村に向かうの？
Are you heading straight to Myojin Village again today?
綾代家に行こうか。その前に天地さんに会っておこうか迷ってるんだ。
Being whether to go to the Ayashido residence or Mr. Amachi.
あれっきり天地さんに連絡もしていないし。
I haven't contacted him since that day.
そう、わかったわ。
I see. Well, I'm gonna stick to my plan.
私も昨日言った通り、綾代商事に関して他に情報がないか探ってみるわね。
I'm gonna stick to my plan, see if there's more information I can get on Ayashido. Sounds good. Be careful out there.
ああ、気をつけて。
You too.
あなたもね。
Okay. Now we can save this. Yes. There we go. Alright. And now I can return to title screen. Yes. Woo! There we go. I was trying to save and I forgot that I gotta go through the dialogue first to save, so... That's Famicom Detective Club, The Missing Heir, Chapter 2, another round of sleep gaming. I hope y'all enjoyed sleep gaming. It was hilarious. So next time around will be Chapter 3. We'll be going through Chapter 3. Oh my gosh, it's 3 o'clock now. I better see here. Hold on. Because it's time to say goodnight. Ad starting soon. Shoot, can I snooze? I'm trying to see if I can snooze. Because we're done here. Dang it. Alright, sorry about that. I missed the snooze button. If I had the, I get blocked down snooze. I would have hit the snooze so I could have closed this out. But this is gonna take some time. This is gonna take some time. So let's bid adieu. Just bid adieu. Alright, let's start with the thank yous. Well, no, let's start with the schedule. Alright, let's start with scheduling. Okay. Monday, live multi-stream on Twitch and Kick. Study night. The usual spiel. full cram study session. I'm going to be dealing with Nico Nico, kanji studies, kanji drills, and so on. Then Animal Crossing translation, and spot up a quick game. Maybe I'll do something like Speak a Game or something. I haven't done Speak a Game. Something fun. A little quick fun game. Tuesday is study night light session. Nico Nico light novel practice. Some quick kanji drills, and jump into another. Well, I don't know if I want to do arcade archive. I'm gonna see what else I might want to play. Maybe not an arcade game. We'll see. We'll see. Plenty to choose from. Plenty enough to choose from. But I'll pick a game. Maybe like a first look or something. Wednesday night. Behind the scenes work with Kimio. And jump into a retro game. I'll jump into a retro game. Thursday night, lore research. The usual Warhammer, Mech Warrior, and Skibidi Toilet, the Skibidi Saga, season 3, I believe. I'm not sure if anything else is gonna pop on, so I'll just keep an eye out. And more retro gaming, and then Friday night will be live multi-streaming on Twitch and Kick. Behind the scenes work with Truck on Bouken and Street Fighter 6. Keep on working my way to in the gold. See how far I can get in on gold, because I would like to get past gold. So that's gonna be on Friday. So yeah, that's another pack schedule. Oh man. I hope you all enjoyed the sleep gaming. It's always a delight. All right. Thank you notes. It's time to thank for the week. Ensign, thanks for the follow on the Twitch side. Chuki Sensei, thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Look at me. Thanks for helping me with my Japanese. Askalad, thanks for hanging out. That guy from somewhere, thanks for helping me with my Japanese practice. Ilman, thanks for hanging out. Utons, thanks for the redemption for Japanese vocabulary and helping me out with my Japanese practice. Ash Cooper, thanks for stopping by and saying hello. Bayoen, Bayon Toshigon, Joel, thanks for the lurk. Perping, sorry. My apologies. Perping, thanks for the sub and the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel, all of you. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Ateruyo, thanks for stopping by and saying hello and checking out the channel. Authenticity SS, thank you for stopping by and checking out the channel and saying hello. Imani, thanks for the redemption for Japanese vocabulary and hanging out. Evidence Self, thanks for stopping by and checking out the channel, saying hello. Coqui-san, thanks for hanging out tonight. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the sleep gaming. Around the Kick side, Casino 5777, thanks for hanging out. Showbone Ranking, thanks for stopping by and saying hello. Master Splinter, thanks for hanging out as always. VHJRHJEHJFEEWA327, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel. ME7_778, thanks for the follow. And on YouTube, thanks to Deepa LP for stopping by and saying hello. Stopping by. Like I said, it's gonna be Toilet 79 Part 2. Will be up next week. It'll be up next week. So I hope you all are hyped up and excited for it. It's gonna be fans. All right. So big thanks to everyone watching the VODs, everyone who watched the VODs this week. Thank you very much, especially here on YouTube. Everybody who lurked tonight, lurked all week. Thank you all very much, especially you work lurkers out there. I'm glad to have helped you pass through the day. Let's see, VODs, lurkers. Big thanks to everybody who followed and subscribed. Everybody who commented in this month on YouTube, thank you all very much. You're a really big help with the research. All right. So, y'all, everybody in the U.S., have a great Labor Day weekend. Everybody in the rest of the world, have a great weekend at your respective spots and your respective countries. So until the next live stream, thank you all very much. Otsukaresama deshita. I wish you all a good night. Buenas noches and oyasumi nasai.